Good morning. Hello, 6-7. Did you get your coffee? I hope you got your coffee. Good morning, Wilo Gamer Pro. Dude, I have no idea what keeps flipping my theme, but like I can't keep my theme on fucking dark mode. Like I set it to dark mode and then randomly it just flips. So weird. It just did it again. Dude, that's crazy. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna I want to capture this on video so people can. Alright, so we're gonna set this to dark, and then we're just gonna wait. We're just gonna drink some coffee, we're just gonna wait and see what happens here. Steven looks so disgusted just now. Yeah, when it switched to white mode, or light mode, yeah, man. What the fuck? Your online class is finished? Very cool. Well, that's good, man. This is gonna be like a watch pot. You know that expression, like a watch pot never boils? I'm guessing this is how that's gonna be. Or I wonder if it's some specific interaction. Like, do I click on OBS? I click on here. Oh, it just did it. You guys see that? That's so weird. It just randomly flips to. Let's see. Let's quit that. I wonder if it's like an update in Power Toys or. I don't know. I'm not gonna sit here and fight it all day. Alright, so I think today the plan is to build a REST API. That's what we're gonna do. Wow, light mode looks like shit. I wonder how I used to live with that on my old PC. Yeah, I don't know how people live with that in general. Alright, let's pin that. Okay. We're gonna give up on. We're just gonna accept our fate. Light mode is officially now the mode we use. Fucking stupid. Also, for today, I could work on my Roblox game, or I could make a social media platform where the users host a mini server on their PCs, full control over their data and full anonymity. Go for it. You might, if you're interested in building stuff like that, you might check out the app protocol. That's what Blue Sky runs on. And they kind of have the similar idea where you have this ability to kind of have complete ownership over your data and take it with you. See if I can find the documentation. At the protocol. But yeah, either one sounds good. I say Do whatever feels right, you know? Do what feels good. I'm peeling my orange. I'm just sitting here, enjoying the music, peeling my orange, waking up. Yesterday, it was a very long stream. Yes, we did. We streamed for like 4 hours yesterday. We were right in the middle of something, but we did finally get my website deployed, or not my website, but you can now go to links.stephenfreeborn.com, and there's a static site living here that's served by Go web server, which is pretty cool. So we built that. We built this part of last week, part of this week, but we got it really finally finished and deployed yesterday. The age is dynamic, so this actually gets calculated when the page is loaded. The links, I moved the links into an external file source, so these all come from they just come from a JSON file right now. There's probably some other stuff I'll tinker around with on that site, but I'm not going to work on it much like today, or at least anytime in the near future on stream. What I ended up doing is I ended up just sticking the JSON file in here. I just ended up doing this. But now I can edit this file, deploy the site, and move on with my life whenever I'd like. It's a good project. I could see this being a good project that you kind of expand on if you're new to a language. Only issue about my social media is that it needs a huge user base, or else there's no content to watch. You mean your social media idea? I mean, isn't that everyone's problem? Isn't that every social media platform's? Any platform that's dependent on user-generated content, there's like a chicken or the egg problem, right? Like, you're gonna have to figure a way how to seed your platform. The nature of the beast, you know. Hell, you could work on both your projects, Arbor Studios. Why choose? You know, work on your game, then work on your other thing. You can do it all. Yeah, but mine is worse because your content isn't available unless you are online. What? I thought you said they were going to run the server on their machine so that they would be in control of their data. So if there's a server on their machine and they're offline, why wouldn't you be able to store their content offline? So if the server shuts down, we can't get their data. Oh, yeah, from the other people's perspective, yeah. This is a problem. This is a problem. Sounds like a good engineering problem to solve. You probably like build a cache. Could you cache content on other people's devices for offline use? That'll be a huge cache. Or like some amount of it. It doesn't have to be everything. I think the biggest problem, the biggest hurdle with your idea is getting people to install their own version of it on their machine. All right. So I think what I'm going to do today is I'm going to spend some time building a REST API because I haven't done that yet in Go. And I'm just going to start with kind of the simplest, straightforward solution. And then maybe look at some other libraries and packages. From there. And my idea for the API is just like a toy. It's just like a toy API. So I could have done like a bookshop, like a bookshop API. I just decided to make it on theme and do a coffee shop API. So let's get this set up. So let's go into make dir. Actually, let's come up with a funny name. You are making a coffee shop API? Yeah. So it's just like a pretend API that has like an in-memory data store where you can imagine if this was like the back end of some, I don't know. It's like the back end of a application whose job is to store and manage information around coffee and orders and reviews for like a coffee shop. The coffee making machine. That's not bad. Die coffee mocking machine. So an ecom coffee thing. Yeah, basically. Yeah, totally. I mean, you know how people like usually build like their first REST APIs like around a bookshop or like something silly and toy like that. And I thought, well, my first time building a REST API in Go, I think I'll build like a coffee themed one. So how will you store the data? We'll just start with like an in-memory slice or an in-memory map or something. Yeah, we'll just do it in memory to start with, and maybe then that's a good excuse to figure out how to store it to an actual like SQLite database, and that would, yeah, I mean, it's all about just like creating opportunities to learn when you're new to a language. This is, I think, what people struggle the most with. I think people who are new to programming or new to coding, they struggle the most with this part of it. When people are like, "Hey, you need to build your own project," they're like, "Well, I don't know what to build," and it's like you just make it up. You just like be a kid again and just make shit up because it doesn't matter. But through making shit up, you then create opportunities for you to go and wander and explore. 6-7 Alaska, exactly what I'm doing. Yeah, exactly. I mean, fuck it. Shido, how's it going, Steven? How's the advent of code coming along for you? So advent, we did we spent like the last week or so practicing old advent of code problems, but the new advent of code starts on December 1st. And so this week we're kind of taking a break. I'm on Thanksgiving break, so there's no work, So I'm taking a break from advent of code stuff, and I'm just focusing on like building actual apps with Go. So that's what we're doing. That we're just kind of changing it up. Veds improv, and for me, I have idea like Spotify clone, Pinterest clone, because I would then already have a basic foundation to go off of. Yeah, I mean that's not a bad idea either. Cloning something or trying to recreate a website's design, all those things are great activities. How are you liking Go? I like it. Yeah, I think it's a very useful language. I mean, definitely you can tell that a lot of the value around it comes from their concurrency model. But I like their approach on the simplicity side. Although this is kind of an interesting thing that I've been experiencing, where Go is for sure simpler, meaning there's less things in the box. However, it almost makes it more complicated to work with, because when you want to solve what are essentially already solved problems, you have to implement the code yourself, or um, you have to bring in third-party libraries. It's like JavaScript in that way, right? Where it's like the standard library seems powerful, but yet at the same time missing compared to something like with C Sharp, you know? But yeah, no, seems like a good language so far. It's definitely not moved up above like C Sharp or TypeScript for me, but I'm glad I've taken the time to learn it. It's been fun. I'm building a REST API. That is essentially like the back end of a coffee shop. It is written in Go. What would be a good coffee themed name for the application? Let's see what it comes up with. Gemini's more creative than I am. Okay, I can't lie. I'm primarily a C8-9 dev, but I can understand not having all the tool sets you might be used to having. I need to try out more languages though. I wrote some libraries in C and Got. What's Got? Too comfy. So what's the first of all, what's C89? Oops, C89 programming. I tell you what, chat, you guys are always coming to me with refers to the C programming language standard approved by ANSI in 1989. It's a version of C. Oh, so you're basically saying you're a C programmer. It's the old C standard version, essentially ANSI C. Okay, interesting. I didn't know there was different types of C, so I guess that shows how plugged in I am to that world. And then what was the other thing you wrote? Got? I don't use any libraries beyond what they had in 1989. And what's that decision? What's the reason for that decision? So writing a lot of junk from scratch. So but why? Got programming can refer to the Go programming language, the Go dot game engine, or the Got global offset table. Huh. Well, I mean, if you enjoy programming in C like that, like, I love it. Just to learn the fundamental technologies that might otherwise take for granted, also for malware for old devices. Interesting. Are you working as a C developer, or you just do this kind of as your like hobby thing? I think I like this one. Go grind. That's what I'm gonna name it. Make der go grind. Oh no. My OAuth token died. Remove token response. Oh, sorry. I don't know if there's a language named Got. I meant got too comfy, but fat fingered the send button. Oh, okay. That's hilarious. I'm over here trying to invent programming languages based on what you said. All right, so we need to set up this repo. So we're going to do npx license. We are going to do a readme. Nah, just in school taking some compiler and OS classes, so C is popular. but also I like rewriting technologies to learn them since I'm still pretty much a kid. Oh, that's totally fair, man. So do you think you'll want, like, after you're done with school, do you think you'll do like some sort of embedded hardware or something like that? Like you feel like you want to work at kind of a real low level of the stack? Let's see, we need license, readme, what else? I guess we can look at my links project. links.stephenfreeborn.com. We have air.toml, we'll probably want that again. Docker ignore, we'll probably want it at some point. We don't need it now. Probably a git ignore would be good. Just copy this. I'm still mediocre at OS dev, really. Yeah, I have no skills at operating system development. which is I kind of think it's funny that you guys pass judgment on your abilities there, because like I have none. So anything you guys have is probably pretty dang good, you know? Okay, so we have git ignore, license readme. I guess I'm gonna follow that same structure of the project. So I'll put my API, the server, the root of it, I'll put here, and then I'll have an internal directory which will have some directories inside of it. And what else? I guess that's where we'll start. I guess we need to also make our Go module. So we need to do something like this again. So let's do let's do Go grind. And let's do Go mod init. And this is going to be Go grind. Cool. And then make dir cmd. I wonder why they use cmd as a convention. Seems odd to me. Make dir internal. That one kind of makes sense. So we have cmd, internal, what else? Is that it? And then probably want to set up this air toml file. Delete that. We'll call this API. Oh my gosh, did I really just do that twice in a row? API, which is a directory. And then we'll do a main.go. Internal, I guess we'll turn this into, well, let's just start with this. So now we need to update our toml. And this is gonna go, let's see, temp main.exe. Yep, that's fine. Go build out, but not here. We're gonna do cmd/API/main.go. So I wonder, can you have multiple, like, let's say I have a backend that's written in Go and I have a front end that's a static web app in Go. I'm guessing this air project must handle multiple maybe? I don't know, we don't have to worry about it. I'm just curious. I have a bot that can both compile and run on essentially any POSIX and Unix device following compiler standards from around 1989 and later. This is for the purpose of reliably working across many bots. Interesting. I'm not sure I know the significance of that statement or why I would care about having that level of reliability, but I can appreciate that probably a lot of effort went into making that. So That's awesome. Do you guys have people where you have to dumb down your English just so they can understand? Not that I can think of. I don't know if dumbed down is the right description. I mean, there's definitely people in my life who I have to speak to differently than others, you know? Like some people you just have to communicate. Like everyone has a different learning and a different learning style, and everybody has different ways that they understand or pick up concepts. So sometimes you have to explain things to different people in different ways. But I wouldn't really say dumbed down. Usually it's just avoiding some big words. Yeah. But I don't think that's because people are dumb. It's probably just because people don't know those big words. Like go find teacher, ask pass instead of go and find the teacher and ask for a pass card. That basically what it sounds like is it sounds like you're talking about speaking like Kevin Malone in The Office when he's like, why use lot word when few word do trick? Yeah, I think most people would probably find that like offensive, that you think they're dumb or something. All right, we can also copy. So the other thing we need to do, we basically are going to have the same. This is going to be the same exact setup of our other web project. It's just this is an API. So let's copy this and let's paste that in there. And we don't need any of these. We probably want to change the address here. Let's do like, let's do 2, 0, 0. And we don't have these guys yet, so we got to remove that. We will have some middleware. We don't have it yet. And then we're going to block here till we get the shutdown command. Yeah, all this is good. That's all just mainly for gracefully shutting down the server. And then let's go ahead and add the middleware, because I think having that middleware is very handy. So we'll say middleware, and we'll call this I guess logging.go. I think that's what I called it in the other thing. Let's see, CMD web. This is probably where it'd be good to learn how to publish a Go package, huh? So let's do this. Oh yeah, I guess we can just do main.go here. Cool. Now let's start up our API. I'm also going to do localhost. So I think if we run air, it's listening. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, so now we need to kind of plan out what it is we want to implement. Oh, actually, hold on. Before we do that, let's start with tests, yeah? Let's try to practice good test-driven development. So what things do we need to test here? I guess like the middleware could have a test, right? So like, let's see, let's get Gemini's opinion on this. Where are we? Or actually, let's do Copilot. Copilot. Let's see. I have the following middleware in Go. Let's say we want to be a good developer who writes tests for their code. How would you approach writing a unit test for this middleware? See what it comes back with. One of my favorite features of Copilot is the fact that you can access different models. I love that. Okay, to test middleware in Go, the standard approach relies on the net HTTP test package. Okay, so we learned about this in Learn Go with tests. So create a dummy handler. You need a next handler to pass into your middleware to ensure the chain continues correctly. Wrap the dummy handler with your middleware and serve the request. Since this specific middleware logs the standard out, which is hard to capture and verify in a unit test, the most critical thing to verify is that the next handler was actually called. Okay. Create a mock request and a response recorder. Serve the request through the middleware. Expect the next handler to be called, but it wasn't. Okay, so maybe then let's abstract the... Oh, whoops. What happened to my... Okay, let's use a logger interface. For logging. Pop it. Hey bro, sorry for being so late, but I am back. I have uploaded my config with Roslyn and Razor language server setup. Oh, nice. Have you put it somewhere where we can look at it? Pop it. Logger defines the behavior required for our middleware logging. This matches the signature of the standard log.printf. Okay. How do I exit the freaking... So, a better approach for testable logging is refactoring the middleware to accept an io.writer or a custom logger. Okay, let's do the io.writer. Let's use the io.writer interface instead. Meanwhile, we hear me here surfing for Onion Link chat rooms. Don't mind me if I suddenly stop responding. Yeah, no worries, dude. Do your thing. We're just hanging out, so you do your thing. Okay. Well, let's put this in our code. Okay, it's fine. Now, the only problem is here. Interesting. Okay. I like this. This is basically this is just like dependency injection in C#. So now what we do is we say logging middleware, just like that, and then we say logging middleware, we wrap the mux, and we're right back home. Then for our test, we can say main test.go. And then we can now write a test for this middleware. So what does that look like? So we have our test logger, create the middleware, passing the buffer, create a dummy handler, okay, we wrap the handler, we make a request, get the string from the buff, okay, let's see if this works. Delete this, delete that. We don't need all these comments because AI loves their comments. The question is, do I put this in package main or do I put this in found packages middleware and main? Oh yeah, it should be middleware. Okay. Now we'd like to try to actually test this. So how do we do that? We just run go test or something like this. Also, Steven, do you still play games? Yeah, I still play games. I've been playing mostly Black Ops 7 and Red Sec is what I've been playing mostly. Pop it. I'm not sure if my messages are sending right now. Well, if it has a link in it, it probably is not going to come through. So you probably have to go to my Discord to share it. But if you want to just pop into the Discord and then pop out the Discord, I'd be totally fine with that. There's the link to the Discord. P64. Good morning. I'm also getting up to code at work. We'll keep an eye here. Nice. Well, I wish you the best at work. I don't have to work this week. Lucky for me. It's Thanksgiving break, so I'm off Thursday and Friday, and then I took PTO Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So I'm just coding for fun this week. So if I do go test, what happens? That's not gonna work. If I do go test internal. So how do I test like all the tests in a project? How's that work? In a Go project, how do you run all the tests in that project? To run all the tests in a project, you generally run the following command from the root. Here's a breakdown of what this does. Go test, the standard command to run go tests, a wildcard pattern that tells Go to run tests in the current directory and all of its subdirectories. I wonder if this works on PowerShell. Or in PowerShell, I guess I should say. Yeah, it worked. See? Boom. Okay, so that's how we do that. All right, so we have one test. We have our middleware, we have our main application. What else do we want? I don't think we want anything else. I guess we do want some workflows, right? Because we're going to want to deploy this at some point. So we can pretty much copy what we did yesterday. We can have a deploy.yaml. We can have a pull request.yaml. And this will be name deploy. Actually, we should probably make this deploy. Yeah, we can just do deploy for now. It's fine. Pull request. So that'll work. Okay, cool. I can let you in. Yeah, I have the application on my Discord just to kind of keep the riffraff out. But if you just want to join and then hop out, no big deal. You might post your links in probably the coding channel would be good. Be a good place to share them. Ben John. Hi Stephen, how are you? Learning Go? Been a while since I'm at my mom's. She had a pacemaker surgery after an ER visit. Oh man, well I hope she's doing better. Sounds like they probably found something they should have found during the ER and got her fixed up with a pacemaker, so that's wonderful. Hopefully she's doing well, man. It has been a minute though since I've seen you, Ben John. I'm doing well. It's the holidays. It's Thanksgiving break, so I'm not working this week. I'm just writing code for fun. What else did you ask? Learning Go. Yes, we have been learning Go. So we're at the point in our Go journey where we're actually trying to understand how to build projects with Go. So we've done a lot with the language. We've done a bunch of practice problems with the advent of code. And now we're trying to kind of understand like how do we build projects and programs, different styles of programs with Go. And we're going to do that until December 1st. Then when December 1st starts, we're just going to do advent of code every day. And then I don't know if we'll ever touch Go again. Not because Go is bad, but just because if you gave me the option, I'd still choose to work with C# versus Go or TypeScript. I would even probably pick TypeScript over Go. But I'm glad I know Go now. You know, like I'm glad I took the time to learn it. We're gonna copy. We're gonna do a lot of copy and pasting. So let's go here. We're gonna copy from our deploy. Excuse me. Copy that. We'll call this go grind. And we're going to call this go grind. Basically anywhere %s links.stephenfreeborn.com. We're going to replace that with go grind.stephenfreeborn.com. Do that globally. Pretty much everything else can stay the same. And then we're going to have a pull request. And our pull request is going to look like this guy's pull request, which is this guy is me. Awesome. We'll go through your previous Go videos, then let me know when you start Rust. Yes, so I started back on learning Rust this month, actually. I started going through a Pluralsight course called Rust Fundamentals, which has been pretty good. Let's see if I can find it. I'm at the very beginning of it, so I've been doing this off stream. Yeah, this one. Rust Fundamentals. I think this is the one I've been going through, but it's been good. So I've started, I just haven't been doing it on stream. So far, I think it's good. 6-7 Alaska. Think of it like it's Bob Ross, but with code, after, etc. What? What? Prophet Coolio, thanks, bro. Sent the link. Could you please send me the links again for the Tim Corey and the other guy that you sent for Maui development? Sorry, I forgot to take down the other links you sent. Oh, for sure. Yeah, I can get those for you. So Tim Corey, I just usually go to his YouTube channel. He might have a website and stuff of like more curated resources, but I usually just go to his YouTube channel. So here is his YouTube channel. I am Tim Corey. What a channel name. So there's the I am Tim Corey YouTube channel. And then the other guy was James Montenegro, I think is how you say his name. No, Montemagno. Sorry, Montenegro. I'm just making shit up. This was the other one. And there you go. Shoot them. Hey, Steven, when is C or C++ advent of code? Maybe next year? Probably not. Probably not. I mean, I don't really have much of an appetite for doing low-level programming myself. And honestly, I picked Rust as the first, like, what I consider lower-level programming language because it seemed like while C might stick around forever, it seems like languages like Rust or Zig might be more of the future of that type of development. So that's why I picked learning Rust instead of learning C. Probably, at least at this point, I have no plans of taking a C side quest. Rust is fair. It has a great API for most OSs now. Oh, very cool. Thanks, man. Of course. Yeah, of course. Thanks for sharing your configs. I'm going to definitely take a peek at those. Let's see. Build API. Build API Docker image. Excuse me. Okay, I think that's good. Oh, we need to add my tests, right? So let's do test. Go mod, test. I don't think I need the coverage profile flag. Well, I guess I can do what does this command do? Let's see what this does. Nope, I don't want to paste that. I just want to paste this. Lilo Gamer Pro, what are you gonna do today? We are gonna do this. We're gonna we are gonna build essentially what is a REST API for like a coffee shop. That's basically my idea, and I'm basically just setting up the project at the moment. I don't think this is the right upload artifact. I think there's a newer upload artifact action. Upload artifact. GitHub action. V4. We want version 4. Alright, so we got tests, we have linting, what else? We have building it, we have building our Docker image. We don't have a Docker file yet, but we probably should get one. I'm actually going to put my Docker file here. No, actually, I'm putting it on the root. Because if I do it at a nested directory, there's all kinds of complexities with copying files that you have to deal with. So I'm just going to do it at the root. But I'm going to do API Docker file, maybe. That. I don't know. What's the convention for Docker files? Docker file naming convention. This is the most fun about learning new stuff though, is like, what's all the conventions of doing this? What's all the different ways that people do this stuff? So we have Docker file dev. So maybe I do dockerfile.api. Docker naming convention for different containers. Okay, so it's dockerfile.api. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of prefer my way because then And then we need a Docker ignore. Let's see, Docker ignore. I'm just gonna copy more from the other project. Kunal, how much hour you practice Go daily? Well, we just started learning Go, or I just started learning Go in November, like November 1st. And basically we've been using it every day for like 3 hours during stream. So about 2 to 3 hours every day for the last 25-ish days. I mean, not every minute of those 3 hours is me actively writing Go, but yeah. I think you get the idea. So let's do Docker ignore, copy this. And we'll do Docker file. Which plugin are you using to show connected brackets in if statements and other loops in NeoVim? 1 second. I think I can find that for you. I don't know off the top of my head. It's been a minute since I've done anything with my NeoVim config. 1 sec. Let me just get to us. We want API. This is going to be 2000. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so you want to know what I use for that functionality. So let's go to edit my NeoVim config, which also you can find all my NeoVim config here. I think it's in Vim. But I'm pretty sure it's something related to tree sitter. I think it might be this, rainbow delimiters. I think might be what it is. Could also be indent blank line. I don't know, it's been a minute since I set all this stuff up, but I think it might be one of those two. Let's look and see what those plugins do real quick before I tell you wrong. Let's see, indent blank line NeoVim. So I think this is what's adding those guides that you see that connect the, so basically that thing that you see is coming from indent blank lines. The indent blank lines plugin. And then the rainbow delimiter, I think, is what adds those brackets, the different colored brackets. Rainbow delimiters for NeoVim with tree sitter. Do I have a picture? Yeah. So that's what's adding the different colored opening brackets, closing brackets. So it's both of those plugins that are providing like the fact that this is yellow and this is blue. And then the indent blank line is providing the guide and then the coloring that you see whenever I am inside that scope. So these, if you go to the tree sitter file in my NeoVim config, you should be able to find how I have it set up. And looks like Stream Elements never posted the link, so maybe it's NeoVim. There we go. Rainkeeper, morning, Steven. Morning, Rainkeeper, how are you? Doing well, sir? Pop it, cool, man. We'll have a look at your config too. It looks pretty cool. Yeah, you can see my C# and stuff in here. It's probably different than what you've got, but I'm going to compare yours to mine. I'm using, I think some of it's probably similar, but I'm using OmniSharp as the kind of the workhorse for my C# stuff. But I mean, I would love to use Roslyn if I can make it, you know, make it feasible, make it work well, because I would love to do Razor stuff in NeoVim. I just, right now, I don't have any support for the Razor LSP. So I still do all my Razor stuff in VS Code. All right. Okay, and then last thing I need to do is I need to set this stuff up on my server. So let's go to SSH, Bitbastion. Let's go into CD, Etsy, Nginx, sites available. And let's do make directory, not make directory, touch Actually, let's just copy links to gogrind.stephenfreeborn.com. We have to sudo this. And let's sudo vim gogrind. And we need to delete all of this. We need to delete all of this. We need to set this to 2000. And honestly, I don't care about covering the www apex domain. So we're just gonna do gogrind.stephenfreeborn.com. However, it might be fun to add a front end to this. So I think what I'll do is I'll proxy everything to the API, /API. I'll proxy all that to this application, but I'll leave the root available to have a front end. Let's go over to Gemini. Let's do, whoops, that's not what I wanted. So the new app. Let's see, I have the following Nginx config. I'd like to modify it so that we only proxy things to the API path to the app running on port 2000. Crap. It would help if I actually copied the right stuff. I might have to just... Are you writing a proxy program or just wanting a simple proxy mechanism? No, I'm gonna use Nginx. I'm not writing the proxy. I'm just using Nginx as my reverse proxy. Yeah, this is all I want. I just want to do this. Oops. Oh, never mind. Just got back. Yeah, I'm just basically all I'm doing is I'm configuring Nginx to serve to proxy requests whenever they hit my server to this actual application that I'm going to have running. But I'm basically trying to set this all up now so that I can just start building on the API and merging pull requests and have it deploy and not have to worry about doing all of this later when I actually want to test if things are deploying correctly. So I'm just doing it all now. We also need to symlink this. So let's do sites enabled. We'll do sudo link s. We want to link Nginx sites available. Go grind to go grind.stephenfreeborn.com. It passes. Reload that. Okay, now we need to go to Cloudflare And we need to put an entry in there. What's up, I Love Lamp? How you doing? Oofin too. Howdy, folks. Hello. Also, do you go by Oof or do you go by OOFN2 or what do you want me to call you? Hey, good morning, Bradley. Good to see you. I always just say good morning to people. I don't even remember the fact that there's different time zones. Let's see, DNS records. And we want to add a new record. We are gonna do go grind points to there. And we save. Okay. Then we're gonna do certbot something something sudo certbot dash nginx, I think. I want to do it for 8. Cool. We've got our certificate, sudo vim etsy nginx, sites available. We'll just clean, again, we'll just clean this file up like we did yesterday. Oh, whoops, I should have, I don't think I reloaded the configuration. Shoot, have you ever written something like this before? You mean a REST API or? Hold on. I've been thinking of implementing an invisible challenge like what Cloudflare has for JavaScript and some other browsers. No, I've never implemented anything like that. That would be far outside my experience. It stands for O of n squared, the efficiency of the code I write. Ah, nice. Yeah, I write some O of n squared. Okay, that's a clever username. Yeah, very clever. Okay, now let's add one endpoint to our API that's just for health checks. Yeah. So let's add. I guess we should add it here, shouldn't we? Should add our handlers here. So let's do mux.handle. Yeah, we'll do mux.handle and we'll say, so when you define handle, does it always have to be at the root, or does it just, let me see. Let's ask Gemini. Again, I'm building a REST API in Go. When I define a pattern for my handler, is this pattern always relative to the root of the app. Like if I want to handle requests to health, do I need to specify the pattern as /health or just health? Damn, I should be in Cube then for real. That would actually be really funny if everyone changed their usernames to whatever the big end notation of their code is. The pattern for handler is treated as an absolute path to remove the host. Let's see, standard. If you're using the standard library, the rules are strict. Exact match, a pattern like /health matches that exact path. A pattern ending in a / like static acts as a wildcard for anything under that tree. Since Go 1.22, you can also specify the method. Oh, that's cool. Satyesh, thanks for subbing. I didn't know about this. Is that true or is Gemini lying? Let's see. Go mux specify method in handler. Where do you specify? Does this cover this? Let's see. I'm just trying to find a source that says you can do that. I mean, I guess we can try it. So what they're saying is basically we should be able to say git /health, and we're going to have a handler's package that has a health check. Like that. We haven't implemented that package yet, but we are going to do that now. So we're going to define a package called handlers, and we are going to say package handlers provides for the API. Oh, that's interesting. So if I have multiple, yeah, we might actually want to nest this further, right? Because if I ever have a front end and that front end lives at like web, then I probably will have handlers for the web. So we'll start here. We can always refactor when we need it, when we need to. So how did we do this in our other project? Dude, there's so much light mode happening right now. My name would be Giga Noob. My name would be Forever Noob. I want to write up something I've written, some semi-intricate XDP firewalls that did basic protocol state machine implementation or emulation, bare implementation for marking some flows and dropping others. I have no idea what half those words meant, but it sounds complex. Let's see. So we essentially just need to define a func, right? So we need a func. I'm gonna try to turn off Copilot for this. So we need a function called health check that takes an HTTP dot request and an HTTP dot response. But the response needs to be a pointer? Or do they both have to be pointers? The request is a pointer. And we want a response writer. That seems out of order, doesn't it? Response writer. And this is going to be a request. A pointer to a request. How come the... Oh. And what is that? The convention is R is request and W is the writer. That. Okay, so now we just want to respond to this by saying what? Let's see. How to write back a JSON response from my handle func function. Don't worry, Steven, it may sound fancy, but these are all simple concepts, just kind of a niche category of networking, I suppose. I'm not advanced at all. I just enjoy a few particular topics. Well, the topics that you enjoy are not at all the topics that I enjoy. So we set the content type. We have to write our header. We encode the JSON. Okay. Man, there's no simpler way to do this. I guess this is why there's probably some frameworks that I could use. Huh. Well, we're gonna do the boilerplate. So let's actually do type health check struct, and let's call this health check response. And we won't do that yet. We'll delete this, delete that. Let's see, encode the struct directly into the response writer. If this fails, it's usually too late to change the status code. Well, I don't want to do that. I want to be able to change the status code. Pro tip, create a helper. Yeah, we can do that. But one sec. I want to be able to change the status code if the JSON encoding fails. Is there a way I can separate writing the response and encoding the JSON? Cockburnex, I think is how you say your username. You're so consistent at streaming. I think I understand that you're also working at the moment. How do you have the energy to do both? Actually impressive. Well, that's super kind. I do work, yeah. So I'm not working this week, so I'm actually, it's Thanksgiving here in the States, or Thursday, it's going to be Thanksgiving here in the United States. So I'm actually off Thursday and Friday of this week, but I ended up taking PTO Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, so I have a whole week off work. But normally I work a normal job. You can actually, if you guys are curious, like what the fuck does this guy do for a living, you can find it, I think if I do LinkedIn, Stream Elements will post my, yeah, go to linkedin.stevenfreeborn.com. You can creep on my my professional history. But as far as like energy to do both, well, I work because I have to. I work because I have to, right? Like I need to make a living to provide for my 2 little kids and my wife. Um, but I do the streaming stuff because it's fun. So it's kind of interesting in that sense. It's like the streaming stuff, the making content, writing code for fun actually gives me more energy, if that makes sense. So this is kind of largely a selfish activity. Like I get more energy through making content and writing code in my free time. So it doesn't really drain me anymore, I guess is the way I put that. Shudo, still thinking about how I'd even implement this JS challenge. I have no idea how you'd implement it, man. I have no idea. Shudo, he's built different. I don't know if I'm built different. I just think it's important, you know, you want to find things in your life that excite you and energize you, right? So, you know, you guys have always heard of that the classic like introvert extrovert spectrum, right? Like extroverts get their energy from being with other people. Introverts tend to lose their energy. Like they tend to gain their energy from being by themselves. You should probably try to feed into that, you know, and that's what I do with making content or streaming or writing code or lifting weights, right? These are all things that, yeah, in the end, they just make me a better human being. They make me show up in my life in a positive way. So I do them. Okay, so we need to marshal. It shows in the content for sure, man. The streams are always enjoyable and the consistency is very nice. Well, I appreciate that, Shudo. I appreciate you appreciating the streams. Love your vibe, man. Keep it up. Well, I appreciate that. Appreciate that, guys. So I have to marshal my data. Easy peasy. So what is if you prefer the encoder interface? No, I don't think I think I'm okay with not using the encoder. Okay. Let's copy and paste that over here real quick. I know this is taking me a long time to write a simple health check, but this is all new to me. Assume this is get your data. Yeah, that's fine. What we're actually going to have is we're going to have a health check. So we're going to have response equals health check response. And this is just going to have a message, which is like, I'm alive. Let's see, message. This is going to be a string. Then we're going to say, give me the res. We're going to call this Marshall air. Okay, so if ACP so we can just return an HTTP error return. So this we set the headers, write the status code, and then write the buffered data. Like that. We don't have the JSON implementation. So this is another place where I see like a dependency, right? I'm taking a hard dependency on JSON Marshall. So if I actually wanted to test this logic, right, how would I do that? I would need to abstract this away somehow, wouldn't I? Marshall returns the JSON encoding of V. Calls encoding.textmarshaller.marshallText and encodes the result as a JSON string. let's go ahead and import this guy. Cannot use handlers.healthCheck value of type func as http.handler value and argument to mux.handle is response writer does not implement http handle. What? So it's an invalid interface, but why is it invalid? I think that's the right thing, right? Oops. Did I do something different? I don't think I did something different, did I? Response writer, request. Okay, so how did I... Sorry, I don't mean to keep tabbing back and forth. How do I do this in the AP or in this project? Oh, handle func. That would explain it. Handle func. And let's also delete this really quick. So if we do error, OS advertising, what do you think of vibe coding using simple stacks like vanilla HTML, CSS, JavaScript, PHP with SQLite and shipping fast? The levels IO Peter approach specifically for indie hackers. I don't think there's any, first of all, I don't think there's anything wrong with those tech stacks. I enjoy levels IO's take about shipping fast, keeping things simple. Like, I think there's something to be said for people who aren't interested in being exceptional software engineers. They're just interested in building software that people pay money to use, right? It's like this is different. It's just different context, different end goals, different things trying to be accomplished, right? So I don't have any problem with people using whatever tech stack they enjoy. As far as the vibe coding, I don't have any problem with vibe coding. The only issue I ever take with vibe coders is people who think that because there's such a thing as vibe coding now, we don't need actual software engineers or actual developers, people who know how to build complex, well-architected systems. That's the only segment of the vibe coding population where I'm like, get fucked, man. Because there's this group of people who are like, yeah, software developers, they're done, they're over, they're cooked. We don't need them anymore because we can do vibe coding now. And I don't fuck with that. Like, I think vibe coding is the 2025 version of low code, no code. People have been able to build websites and software for decades now without needing to code. Like, ever heard of WordPress? Ever heard of Squarespace? Ever heard of Bubble.io? Right? These are all things that enable people who didn't know how to write code to build software and build websites for the last 20 years. It has not removed the need for developers. If anything, it's created more of a need for developers. Because at some point you start needing to integrate different systems, and at some point things reach a certain level of scale or complexity where you need somebody who has a deeper technical background. So I'm fine with people wanting to do vibe coding. I'm fine with people who want to build in the tech stack of their choice. My problem becomes when one group tries to shit on another group as if they're superior or better, or now make the other group obsolete. That's where my issue comes from, or comes into play. But other than that, if you want to be an indie hacker and you just want to vibe code some shit and throw it up on the internet and get people to pay $5 a month and build a business, go for it. Everyone wants the speed run being the next T app. Yeah, but I guess the T app actually wasn't vibe coding, was it? It was just somebody being an idiot with how they managed. I think it was Supabase, wasn't it? In the T app situation, they didn't secure their Supabase instance or something like that. I mean, that might be the only thing that if you're wanting to build a business and you're wanting to take people's personal information and their uh, payment information, is you might want to give a little bit of thought to security, you know? All right, let's see if my health check worked. So that returned to 404, but if I do health, there we go. We got a health check. I'm alive. Although, is there a way to get this to be camel case? I think I know how to do that. So if I go into my handler and I go over here, I think I can do JSON. And I think I can do like message. Will that do it? I actually don't know. There we go. Yeah. See? Awesome. There's probably a better way to organize this, right? But let's try to get this deployed. So let's do right quit all. Let's shut down that. Let's take one more peek at our project. So we have a single endpoint that accepts a health check. We have our error.toml file. We have our Docker file, which should let us build this. We have license MD. We should probably add the coverage to the git ignore, which it looks like it already is. What else? Anything else we need to do? I think that's it. So let's do git init. Do git status. Okay, I don't want to add coverage. So how do I ignore that? Probably just like coverage. What about just doing cover profile? What is that API? Go cover profile test. Senior YAML engineer, yes. Senior YAML engineer indeed. This flag specifies that a coverage profile should be generated and saved to a file named cover.out. You can choose any name for this file. Okay, cool. So we're going to do test.coverage is what we're going to name ours. In this case, we can simplify our git ignore. And we are going to do well, actually, hold on. It looks like it should be ignoring that already. So is that a PowerShell thing? Go test. I need to wrap this in quotes. Yeah. Okay. Git status. We'll do git add. I know at this point I really haven't written much code specific to a coffee shop, but I'm basically getting the project set up so that this is a project to explore building a REST API using Go. And it might evolve to be more than that, but for now, that's what it is. Git add git commit update readme license. Okay. Now so gh repo create push an existing. Yeah. This is a project to explore building REST API. Building a REST API. Make it public. Push that up. Call it GitHub. See if it deploys successfully. Oh no, it's not going to deploy successfully. Oh god, I forgot one step in this chain of events. Wait, I'm blind. Never mind. His runtime username is backwards and has an exponent. What? What are you guys talking about? Oh, are you guys talking about Oven squared? Changing our usernames to our big O notation? Vibe coding, not from the standpoint that we don't need coders, but from the standpoint that by using it, it boosts productivity and allows you to ship faster. Oh yeah, there's nothing. Yeah, man. If that's what people want to do, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Like I said, I don't have a problem with people just vibe coding for because that's the way they want to build software. I just get kind of irritated when people want to do vibe coding and sort of want to minimize the need for developers or engineers. That's the part that kind of bothers me. All right, we need to set up some secrets. But first, coffee. Coffee, then secret time. So Control Shift P, split pane up. BRB. Excuse me. I'm like frozen. All right, coffee time. I'll be right back. Renee, what's up? Allie the AI is here. Let's go. All right, we're back. We're gonna do a little bit of secret setup really quick. Gotta create some personal access tokens. Oh, you know what? Hold on. I just had an idea. Well, I still need this, so this doesn't really change anything. Okay, so let's get that real quick. Anybody know how to change? How do you change the name? Is that even possible? Can you change the name of every? See, delete this. Okay, so we have that. We create that. We set this to just, I don't know, web server. We update this. Okay. Then we do personal access tokens. Let's come over to our code. And we need the deploy script. We need the same thing that we did yesterday. So we want secrets, actions. We want Docker username. That's easy. And we want Docker Hub secrets. Docker Hub token. Is that guy? Alright, now we need to create a key. So let's do cd into dot SSH. Hey, fresh cup of coffee? Yeah, man, fresh cup of coffee. Faux show. Allie dropping in to boost a few views and vanish again. Well, thanks for boosting my views. We're having a quiet stream this morning, which is nice. I think this is a nice change of pace. We've had like 45 days of pretty hot and heavy streaming. So let's see. We want to put this in go grind dot underscore GitHub actions. And then we're going to cat our private key. And that is what we're going to use for our SSH key. And then we also need our SSH key username. Just gonna be this guy. Then we also need our SSH host. Which is going to be this guy. Okay, so our secrets are configured. Now we just need to get our public key. And we need to put that on our server. I'm going to do that off screen for a second. Still fighting GitHub Actions. No, we're doing what we did yesterday. We're just doing it instead of waiting till the end of the project, instead of waiting till we're ready to deploy, we're just doing it ahead of time. So we're setting everything up so that we can just start adding features and merging things in, and we don't have to worry about all the CI/CD crap at the end. So we need the vim, authorize keys. We're gonna put our new key there. We're gonna say it's also good morning, Pablo. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. Okay. So I think everything's in place where we should be able to get this guy deployed out to the world, and then we can start iterating. Yeah, so this is the only thing it should do. It should just return a health check endpoint. So if we go back to go grind, and then we will say, what do we want to do? What do we want to do? Put this back over here. We want to close this guy. We want to go back to our repo, and we just want to run the deploy script. Although why isn't it picking up on the fact that we have work? Oh, because I put it in the wrong directory name. That's my bad. This should be workflows. Git commits mchore fix workflow naming. I think now if we go back, it should recognize that we have actions. Yep, there we go. So let's run the deploy script. See if it goes. You have a bunch of meetings today? No, dude. Meetings, the worst. Well, unfortunately, I'm off all week. Actually, it's not unfortunately. It's very fortunate. There are no meetings in my world this week. Let's see. Building with default instance using Docker drive, Docker file, no such file. Oh, yep. This is correct. Does anybody ever get a GitHub Actions on the first try? I mean, does that ever happen? Cyber, by the way, are you actually coding this in vertical resolution, or is it just for the stream? I'm not sure. Like, I'm only working on half of my. I have two 27-inch monitors, so I have one monitor that has OBS on it, and then I have one monitor that has what you see, which is my editor and terminal, which is taking up about half of the screen, and then the other half I have like Discord open. So I guess I kind of am, which is not the most ergonomic or productive from a developer standpoint, but it is what it is. Pablo, when I grab a template, yeah. Okay. Well, maybe that's what I'm doing wrong, is I'm not using templates. So I actually want to do... Okay, so what I actually want to do is when I specify Docker, I need to point it at a very specific... When I do Docker build, I need to point it at that Docker file. Docker specify Docker file. So this would be build -- file. And this would be, what did I call it? I called it API Docker file. So that's the build. And then in my pull request, or not my pull request, my deploy script. Let's see, the tag should be, this is correct. Although I want to actually tag on something to the end of this. I actually want to make this API. And then we also need to say dash file docker API.docker file. Also, why does the color look wrong? There we go. So that should build now, and then when we deploy, we need to grab that specific and let's actually call this API. All right, let's try again, huh? Git add, git commit chore fix workflow. We have a lot of fix workflow commands in our history. Let's delete this one. Let's see what happens. Remember, if you use Super Chat, you can tell Steven how handsome he is and it will read your text out loud. It will, yeah, we have text to speech. For $1, you can tell me how handsome I am. Waiting for the sweet, sweet green to show. I know. Just found that Steven had a podcast with his wife. Cool. Yeah, we did a podcast for a little while. Yeah, when the kids were a little bit younger. It was fun. We just got out of the habit of doing it, you know. I think for my wife it became a little bit of a chore, you know, and then with the kids and everything when they were little, but it was fun while we did it. Okay, it deployed, so we should be able to hit it now. So if we go to gogrind.stephenfreeborn.com/API/health. Did we do health or did we do health check? What did we do? I think we did health. I can't remember. Yeah, we did health. So let's do go grind health. Okay, well it is responding. if I just do this? Okay, that's what I would expect for that. But I would expect API/health. So that didn't work. Why didn't that work? I can super chat for $50 or less before taxes. Oh, dude, that sucks. Yeah, you guys, I mean, nobody needs to super chat. Yeah, definitely don't. You don't need to super chat. But whenever I set that up, I was so excited to tell chat about it. Sogo was here, and Sogo tested it for me. I felt like, excuse me, I felt like such a real streamer because I have text to speech set up. Okay, so let's see what's going on here. So if I curl localhost 2000 page not back. Oh, whoops. Yeah, that's health. Okay, that worked. So I wonder if my proxy isn't doing what I think it's supposed to be doing. So let's look at my Nginx config. Sudo Etsy Nginx sites available. Go grind. Excuse me. So I wonder. It's definitely hitting my. Let's see what it's hitting my. Okay, let's go to. Let's open up a new terminal tab. Who knows? Steven could be the next Prime. Oh, no way, dude. I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy at all. That guy has a way better personality than me. You know what I mean? He's way funnier than I am. Way more entertaining, I guess. So we are going to SSH back here. And then how do I connect? How do you connect to a running Docker container? Is it it's like exe, right? Docker Docker tail logs from container. First find the name, then logs-f. Okay, so we can do Docker ps. There's our ID. Then we can do Docker logs-f, and we specify the ID. Ah, yes. See, we need to actually remove this from the end. So I want to actually modify this config, and Gemini is going to help me do that. I want to remove when you move a proxy to a subdirectory, you must decide how the path is passed. Option A, keep the API prefixed. No, I don't want to keep it. Use the config exactly as shown. Option B, strip the prefix. Add a trailing slash to the proxy pass URL. So that's all I need to change. Nice. So just do this. That. And we'll do sudo nginx -t sudo nginx -s reload. We'll try to hit it again. There we go. It's alive. We have our API deployed. Now we can start actually adding features to it. exec.it. Oh, that's how you get into the console? It's a bit much, in my honest opinion. What's a bit much? I'm waiting for Suite members content. I become a member too. Oh, for sure, yeah. So, I guess I'm curious, like, what kind of content would people find valuable from a membership? You know? Oh, Prime's personality is a bit much. I could totally see that. I can totally see that. In it, a lot of his clips and his videos, I think he dials it up to, like, you know, turn it up to 11. But I think he's actually a much more. I think there's more to his personality than what comes across in his clips and his videos. Because if you watch him stream, he's really not like amped up like that all the time. But yeah, definitely has high energy. He's probably a nice guy in person. Yeah, I think he's honestly a super nice dude. Let me look at my Docker hub real quick. So I should have a tag in here. Yeah, -API. Mantis, thanks for subbing. I appreciate it. Excuse me. Gonna clean up my tabs a little bit here. Have some tab discipline to this whole thing. I'm gonna exit this guy. We can exit this session. Wonderful. Wonderful. Look at us. We're over here being Go developers. Like Theo that relies a lot from rage bait content. Yeah, I honestly, I'm guessing Theo is a nice human being. I can't watch his content. I can't. For some reason, I always feel like when I'm listening to Theo talk, I feel like he's calling me stupid. And I know that's not a Theo problem. I know that's a Steven problem. But that's how I feel. As when I listen to him speak, I feel as if he's like, "You're so dumb. You don't understand. Let me explain this to you like you're an idiot." That's how I don't know. It rubs me the wrong way. Which probably it has more to do with my fragile ego than it does with him as a human being. So I just avoid his content. So this is okay. So we finally gotten to a place where we want to start adding some features. So this is a coffee shop API, or that's the whole idea behind this project. This kind of toy project. We're building a backend essentially for a coffee shop. We're calling our application Go Grind, and let's go ahead and we need to add, I guess the very base of our project probably needs to support some kind of like coffee resource, right? You should be able to retrieve information about a coffee. So let's do Stephen Freeborn feature. Let's add a coffee resource. And we're just going to use an in-memory data store to start with. And then if we at some point feel real ambitious, we can add some sort of SQLite database or something. So let's open up NeoVim here. What's the database using for this? None right now. We'll just start with an in-memory collection, and then if we want to make it persistent, we can. I would like to know how to work with databases in Go. Like, I'd like to know how to use particularly I'd like to know how to use SQLite and some sort of ORM to interact with SQLite. So at some point, I'd like to do that. Renee, go grind. Okay. Are you judging the name of my project, Renee? Don't judge me, judge Gemini. Okay, Gemini came up with the name. We asked Gemini what were some good names for this type of project. That was one of them. I picked it, but Gemini came up with it. SQL API? What do you mean? Cyber sus project name? It's not sus at all, man, okay? It's not sus. It's not sus. It's a good name. So I don't really know where things should live in my project, right? So I know I'm going to have a coffee resource. So how would you typically structure this? So do these live in like a separate package, like a models package, or how do people? Let's see. Let's ask Copilot. I'm building a Go project that is essentially it's essentially a REST API. I'm adding my first resource. If I'm following Go conventions, where do people typically put the resource, like put the models or structs that represent their domain resources? In the Go community, there isn't a single mandated standard. So I have the internal. Use this if you want your structs to be private to your application and not importable by other external projects. Okay, so there's just literally just create a models folder and throw them in there. Easy enough. And we are gonna have, I guess, main.go. Chips flips. What terminal interface is this? So we're using NeoVim, and we are using Windows Terminal. So my terminal setup is I'm on Windows 11. I use the Windows Terminal application. I use PowerShell as the shell, and then the thing that you see on the screen is NeoVim running in PowerShell. That's what you see. I like watching you work. I'm an aspiring developer in university. Oh man, you're already a developer. If you're already in uni and you're writing code, man, you're already a developer. You can claim it. But thanks, man. I appreciate you hanging out, and I'm glad you're enjoying me flailing around trying to figure out how to be a Go developer. Cyber. Usually people create a domain package for domain-specific structs. Ah, well, I think I'm going to have a models folder. And I think I'm going to toss everything in there. Chips, thanks. It looks intuitive and crisp. Yeah, if you're curious about any of my configuration, you can find my PowerShell profile is here. My Oh My Posh profile, which is how I like do the customized prompt look thing, that's there. And then if you're curious about my NeoVim configs, those are there. Those 3 links will hook you up with what you'd want to know. Quaylon. grinding, again, Theo's definitely a very intelligent guy, but he relies on drama while simultaneously denies he has any want for drama. He also has become way more pretentious since the AI boom. Yeah, I just don't know. Me and him might be friends if we ever met in real life, but his persona on the internet, if I just base it off of what I see of him on the internet, he would be he would not be somebody I would seek out to hang out with in real life. Because I feel like again, it's like when I interact with this content, I feel dumb. I feel small. I feel stupid. I feel like I don't know anything and I need to be educated. And yeah, it just doesn't make me feel good. So I avoid it. All right, so we need a coffee resource. So let's make a type which is of coffee, and it's a struct. Actually, I have kind of an interesting pattern that I've done in other places. Have you guys ever seen where they make the struct private to the package, but they make an interface public? Have you guys ever seen that? Type copy interface like this. I don't know if this is a good idea or not, but since you can't, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if this is a good idea or not, but let's see. Package models defines the domain models for the application. Never seen it? Yeah, see, like, so this came up because, what was I building? Where did this come up? Oh, this came up when I was doing something for Advent of Code, and I wanted to be able to I wanted to basically have control over what I exposed to the consumer. Oh, it's this. I didn't want people to be able to this is why I did it. I didn't want people to be able to just new up a coffee struct. So, you know how like in C#, we control the creation of objects through the use of a constructor, right? We can also control the creation of an object through the use of certain keywords or certain getters or certain setters. But a lot of the ways you can prevent people from creating basically invalid instances of your classes or your objects is through the constructor method. But Go doesn't really have a constructor, right? So if you define a struct, anybody anywhere can just basically new it up like this, right? And so I was trying to figure out a way to force people to do something like coffee.from, and this method from would return the coffee interface, and the coffee struct would be private to the coffee module or coffee package. I don't know if that's a good idea or not. It's kind of a weird pattern. Like here, let me see if I can make a better make it. So if I did coffee and I did main.go, and then if I went in here and I said package coffee defines the domain model for coffee. Defines the coffee domain model. And then I define this as coffee. And then I would have a type, which is our coffee interface. I don't know if any of this makes any sense. I'm trying, what the problem is I'm trying to bring C# minded things. I'm trying to think about things from like a C# perspective of how I would typically write code, but from a Go perspective, which is probably not good, but just indulge me here for a second. So I would do something like this, where let's do like we do coffee has a method called get name, and then has a private name field. Well, I guess I can do public here. And then we'd have something like func from. We give it a name. We return the public interface. Then we return a coffee struct with that set. Cannot use coffee value of struct. Coffee does not implement. Yeah, it doesn't implement yet, but we could do func of C of coffee. And now everyone's happy. And then up here, or back in my handler, this is where I would use it, right? Which I don't know if this makes any sense, but it's basically to prevent people from being able to say, people have to create coffee. People have to create instances of coffee through this method, and they can't create it by saying, C equals coffee struct. They can't do that, right? And I don't know if that's valuable or if that's more work than it's more work than it's worth, or has problems down the line. I guess we'll find out. I guess we will find out. And I think I can I'll just delete this for now. Good morning, Arvin. Hello, hello. How are you doing? Good to see you. So what should our API be able to do with a coffee? I think first and foremost, it should probably be able to add, like we probably should be able to create a coffee, right? So how would we implement that? Also, we should probably put this in a separate file. So if we do, let's rename this to health.go. Which is fine. And then let's rename this, let's do coffee.go. Package handlers. And then let's do create. This is where we just get into the basic REST API stuff. So we'll do func create. And what will create do? Well, create will take in a request. So we need to define what that request is going to look like, I'm guessing. So we need to have like a struct that's called new coffee request, or maybe create coffee request is probably a better, create coffee request, which is a struct. And for now, we'll just say it takes a name, like that. Now, how do we get that thing from our HTTP request? That's the question. I don't know. I don't know how we do that. I'm guessing we have to do something with JSON and something with marshalling. So we do var request equals a coffee request. Copilot's going to end up writing all this for me. Disable. So what I'm guessing is that we do something like JSON, and then Marshall returns the JSON encoding of V. So we want to decode. So is there like an unmarshal? Unmarshaler. Unmarshal. Or maybe I do want Marshall. This is where we're learning about all the standard Go libraries. In Go, how do I deserialize JSON from an incoming HTTP request to a struct? I bet Copilot knows. Let's see, what about like JSON.marshal? Is that something that can be used here in a similar way? Let's see. JSON marshal is actually used for the opposite. That's what I thought it was, but JSON.unmarshal turns JSON into a Go struct. So you would use, okay. When to use JSON unmarshal versus new decoder. If you were thinking of JSON unmarshal, yes, you could use unmarshal to read a request, but JSON new decoder is generally preferred for HTTP requests. Reads directly from the stream, better for memory because it doesn't load the whole payload at once. You have to read the whole body first, then unmarshal the bytes. Okay. Use it when sending data back. Interesting. So is this really that much more performant than this, I guess? Yeah, I guess, because these are two separate... In any event, we will follow the recommendation of Copilot. And so what we need to do is we need to do... let's see, error, decoding error. We need to say JSON decoder equals JSON dot new decoder, and that takes in the request body, right? And then we say JSON decoder dot decode, and we pass in our rec. Do we want though? Do we need to pass a? Do we need to? What's it called? Dereference this? Well, that's not. What is the and sign? Isn't dereferencing, is it? And sign go. No, the and sign gets us a pointer. The star is the dereferencer, right? Asterisk dereferences. So we're going to pass in a pointer to our coffee, create coffee request. And if there's an error, then we will say if decoding error equals or is not nil, we will do return and we will say http.error that. And what does this take? This takes a response writer, which we have. It takes a message, I think, and the code. So we'll do unable to decode JSON. Then we'll do server error. That. And then, so we got two, so we got the decoder, we've got the decoding. If the decoding is successful, then we actually have the request, right? So we could actually print this out, can we? We could do like log dot printf that. Sato, hello Sato, how are you? Or Santo, I guess is probably a better. Santosh. I guess it depends on where I stop reading your username. So I'll say Santosh. Good morning. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. We're figuring out how to be Go developers at the moment. So we need to add this to our API, right? So we're going to have a mux.handle func, and we'll say this goes to the post endpoint, this goes to the coffee resource, and the handler that we want for that is create. But really what we probably should say is we should probably rename this to create coffee. It almost makes me think that I should organize my modules a little differently. Like I almost wonder if instead of grouping these by concern, meaning like by handler or middleware or by model, maybe I should group these by like do like a vertical slice architecture where we do it by feature. So we have like coffee, and then under coffee, coffee has its own set of handlers, coffee has its own set of models. Let's do that for now. Go back to our main, and we'll do create coffee. Like that. And now we need to test this. So let's do error. And then I guess let's open Postman up. Do I have Postman on this computer? Yeah, I do. Everything is in white mode. This is awful. Don't save. Okay, let's create a new workspace here. Can I make this, can I zoom this in? I don't think I can make this any bigger, guys. It's just, you're going to have to deal with it. So we're going to test this. So let's do a new collection. New collection. We'll call this, rename this is, somebody's going to be like, why don't you just use curl, Steven? Because I don't know how to use curl beyond simple stuff. This is going to be go grind. Judge me all you want. And we're going to have a create coffee endpoint. And this will go to HTTP localhost 2000, specifically the coffee endpoint. And let's actually make this a variable. HRL localhost 2000. Okay, so if we did this right, what happens if I hit this? So we get unable to decode JSON. So first and foremost, I don't like that this is my error message. This is unstructured. We should have a common way to return errors to the caller, which is something I'd have to figure out. I don't know how you do that in Go without having to repeat yourself 1,000 times. But let's now add a body. Let's make it raw. Let's add JSON, and let's give it the structure that we would expect, which would be name, and would be dark roast coffee. Okay, so we did get an okay, and then if we look at our logs, right here, we actually printed dark roast coffee. Let's go! Just here vibing with Steven, code flowing, coffee brewing, chat popping. I tell you what, Ally the AI, you have mastered sounding like an AI. Even the way you write with all the emojis, it looks like an AI. Is Redwood still a thing? I saw some advert on YouTube for Redwood AI. Is it the same org? I've never heard of Redwood. Never heard of that. Chalks. What are you building, bro? We're just building a toy API to learn how to build REST APIs in Go. So I just started learning how to write Go in November, like November 1st. And I don't know how to do anything with it. So we're working through just building some toy projects so that we can kind of explore what are the patterns, what are the libraries, yeah, how do you do stuff here? That's basically what we're doing. So I'm guessing if I do a get to this endpoint, it won't work because I defined it. Yeah, cool. All right, so let's think about. Let's think about our project structure a little bit here because I don't think I like the structure of the project currently. Because we have our coffee model defined in one place, we have our coffee handlers defined in another. I think I want to change this. It's always a journey. It is indeed always a journey. Yeah. I don't honestly know how long I'm going to stick around in GoLand. Like, I imagine as soon as Advent of Code is over, I'm going to go back to building stuff in C#. But it's, in TypeScript, But I don't know. Maybe there'll be a time in my life where I need to apply Go or use Go for something. and I'll be happy that I took the time to learn it. I think the next language I want to learn after Go is Rust. I don't know how much of that I'll do on stream because it might involve me crashing out quite a bit. And I don't know if I want a bunch of clips of me crashing out on the internet. Yeah. Does anything still beat Perl with terminal commands? I've never written or read any Perl in my life. So let's educate myself so I can respond to your comment. Perl terminal commands. I mean, that's not bad. It's kind of interesting that the function doesn't have any parentheses. Is that how Perl is written? Perl code hello world example. Oh, weird. So your functions don't... Huh, your functions almost just appear as like keywords in the program? Oh no, this has parentheses. Yeah, I don't know anything about Perl. So maybe it doesn't. Maybe nothing does beat Perl with terminal commands, Renee. I don't know. I wasn't there. So I can't even speak to it. Who uses Perl these days? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who uses Perl. I don't know who uses a lot of the programming languages out there. There's a ton of programming languages out there in the world. Perl's strong suite is working with the command line, which I guess makes sense probably during the time it was invented. Command line was probably like the main user interface, right? I'm trying to decide how I want to set all this up. So you can imagine if we have a lot of resources here, we're going to have a lot of calls to handle func. Also, I don't really like the fact that I have to do... I think I would prefer something like... I'd either prefer being able to do coffee dot handlers. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about any of this at the moment. I guess for now we'll just keep it the way it is, so that we can keep making progress and not get hung up on the aesthetics of the architecture. In any event, we should... Perl has a new language, can't remember its name, Raku. Perl plus Haskell, so-called Perl 6. You see? Raku. Now that's a cool name. What drives you guys to learn about all this obscure stuff? Raku. Raku. Raku is an expressive, multi-paradigm open source. Looks very terse. Looks very, very terse, is all I have to say. Let's create a Perl is a major lang, not really obscure. Is it really? I had no idea. So a lot of people use it, like it's widely used today. It's just old. Oh, well, that might explain it. I'm only 32, so if it probably predates me by quite a few years. Let's see. This is gonna be This is gonna be a slice of coffee. Let's see. GitHub.com. Models.coffee. Internal models coffee. Undefined coffee. They have a coffee interface, right? A slice of an interface. How do I do that? $40 old? Yeah, that's older than me, man. Eight years. Got 8 years on me. Okay, but I want to initialize it. So why is this undefined? Oh, that's why. Because it hangs off the module. Okay. I don't know if I like that, but that doesn't look good. So why does it have to hang off the module? There's so much I don't understand about Go still. Why do I have to reference a public interface on a separate module like coffee.coffee. Can I not just import the coffee module and just reference the interface coffee? Because of name collision. Is that why? In Go, the package name acts as a namespace, so you were right. However, you actually can do exactly what you are asking using a specific import syntax called a dot import. Note the dot before the package. You can now reference coffee directly. Why you probably shouldn't use it. While this is possible, it is strongly discouraged in Go community style guidelines. For regular application code, here's why Go forces you. Huh. Yeah, I don't know if honestly I'm a fan of it, but if that's what the Go community has decided is the right way to do it, that's the way I'll do it. But just to prove if this is possible, it's saying I can do that, and then this is not necessary. So dangerous. I like to live dangerously. Arvin, read my comment, man. Don't let 3 years of my procrastination go to waste. What? Hold on. I have seen a book from the 90s that makes fun of C syntax. Says it's even more basic than Algol 68. I have no idea what half that means. Or are you talking about the other one? I literally procrastinated 3 years learning about this shit instead of actually learning to code, and I didn't get anywhere. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, being competent is fun, right? Like, procrastinating learning stuff is probably not the way to go. It's better to just sit down and learn it. I'm actually going to do a type, a struct, a type, and I'm going to call it coffee collection. And it is going to have a list of coffees. And this is going to be a slice of coffee.coffee. And what are we going to do? We're also going to have a mutex in here so we can actually access this without so we'll how do we declare a mutex? Go mutex. We say mu sync.mutex. So let's do mu. Or actually, can I call this a lock? I think I'd rather call it a lock. Sync dot mutex, like that. And then when we get our, so basically the reason why I have the coffee collection is so that I can do this. Coffee collection is going to be coffees, and that's just going to be no, the reason why I have this is so I can add methods to it. So we can do something like func has a receiver, which is going to be the collection, and this is going to be add. And this takes in a coffee, which is a coffee.coffee. I honestly hate I like every time I type that, I just hate my life a little bit. Uh, so Stefan, my creator, told me the very first command he ever typed into a computer was ARC40 on a Commodore 64 in BASIC. That was his hello world moment. Hold on. Ali the AI, did you just dox yourself? Are you Stefan? The way you wrote that, it sounded like you were saying, I'm asking for a friend. That's the way that's the way it sounded. So then we're gonna do c.lock.lock, and then defer c.lock.unlock. That. Then we'll just do coffee c.coffees dot append. Too many C's running around. So first we acquire the lock, and then could I put this all in a separate method? Like if I put this in a separate method, hold on, let me see. Let's ask Copilot. Like if I put this in a separate method that was just called acquire lock, how would that work? Can I put the calls to lock and unlock on this mutex in a method and then just call that? Oops, that's not what I wanted to copy. Oh my goodness. Steven, what is wrong with you? Just copy the method. Hey, what's up? I should be dead. How are you? What are we working on? We're working on building like a toy REST API project just to kind of explore, to one, continue to explore Go, and then two, kind of learn how to build REST APIs using Go. This is what I thought. So just defer inside the helper method. In Go, defer scope to the function is declared in. If you move the lock unlock logic to a separate method, the mutex will unlock as soon as that helper method returns. Yeah. That's what I thought. But we could use a closure. Yeah, I don't think that gains me anything. That doesn't gain me anything. So we'll go back here. And this is going to complain. Cannot use collection as coffee.coffee value and argument to append. Does not implement coffee. Say what? Oh, yeah. And then I think what I want to do is I want to return the length, and I'll use that as the ID, right? So we will do so we'll get the lock, and then we'll say whatever the current length is. So if the current length of how do I want to do this? ID is going to equal the length of the collection's coffee list plus 1, right? So the first time this is 0, so the ID of the first coffee you add is 1. The second time that we come in, the length should be 1. Yeah, I think this is fine. Actually, let's do it. Let's just make it 0 based. So we'll just always return ID. Like that. Which means we can come down here and we can new up one of these collections. So we'll say var collection is equal to coffee collection construct, and the coffee on that is just an empty list to start with, or an empty slice. Do I have to new up a lock? How do I new up a lock? I know I've done all this before, but I can't remember. Let's see. How do I create a new mutex? Here we go. Chocks. You don't. Okay, so I don't have to do that. It'll just be there by default. Oh. So the nil value is basically an initialized mutex that's ready to use. Sounds good. So then in our create coffee, what we'll do is we'll say new coffee, or we'll just say coffee, I guess here. We'll say that's going to be equal to coffee.from request is what we want. And we want to pass in our rec like this. And then we'll say coffee ID is going to be equal to coffee collection dot add our coffee. This. Now this doesn't exist, so let's implement that. Dude, there's no quick action for that, huh? That sucks. So we'll do func, and we can actually get rid of this. We'll say from request. And then I think, ideally, what do I think? Ideally, I think I'd be able to say, well, I guess I won't be able to do this, will I? Because I really don't want my coffee model to care about my coffee request model. You know, that's kind of a weird dependency. I love Mutagen and Wallace. They are so amazing. Makes themes easy as fuck. Drak Parit. What are you building? We're just building a toy API to learn Go. What are those themes for? I don't understand. Domain managing vibe code. No, this is not vibe code. We are the wrong place for vibe coding. Themes for my new Linux rice. What's right? Linux rice. What is that? Why do I feel like chat's talking a different language today? Linux rice. Customizing their Linux desktop, or what we call ricing. Okay, I didn't know that was a term. I'm ricing my Linux desktop, bro. Bro, I'm gonna make this thing so riced. I'm gonna rice this thing up, dude. I I can't help it. I'm a 32-year-old dad of two. I can't help but make fun of the young people language. Yeah. So this is a bad idea. I guess what I would probably do is then I would say from name, keep that like it is, and then up in the handler, just pass that. So from and say rec dot name, and then I'm just gonna return. We're gonna have another type here that's create coffee response, which is a struct. It's gonna have an ID field, which is an int, like that. And then we're gonna create a new struct of it. We're gonna say rec or response is going to be equal to a new create coffee response, and the ID field is just going to be equal to the coffee ID. And then we have to do what we did with our health check, where we have to essentially say all of this. So this is where we should probably have a helper to return JSON. So we'll say Marshall error, write the data. Unable to Marshall response. I don't know. That doesn't mean anything to the caller, but. So we should be able to create a coffee now. So let's see. So if we're over here, I know this is super small. You guys probably can't see it very well, but if we do send, we got ID 0, which is what we wanted. If we do another one, we should get ID 1, ID 2, ID 3, ID 4, ID 5. Now, if we make a change, obviously, that's going to reset because this is just living in memory. So if the application gets rebuilt, like let's say we add a new method here called func get coffee, right? This is obviously not going to be happy. That. So now our application is rebuilding. And it's running. So if we do another request, it's going to be back to 0. But that's fine. I don't really care about that for now. It can just live in memory. So now let's implement getting a coffee, right? So what does getting a coffee look like? Well, getting a coffee is going to come from the. Also, do you think it should be coffee or coffees? Should resources and APIs be plural or singular? I know this is a hotly debated topic. You know what? My 27-year-old is categorically a Zoomer. Ricing is a Zoomer terminology, not Gen Alpha. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know about all the different generations, but I have never heard of ricing before. This is new. I'm going to create a poll. API resources Should your endpoints be plural or singular? Plural, singular. Curious what chat thinks about this. Go, let's see. Should resource endpoints in an API be singular or plural? Let's see what Copilot thinks. I've done it both ways. Singular? Yeah, I've done it both ways before myself. Using plural, let's see. Using plural pronouns is widely accepted because an endpoint typically represents a collection of resources. I can get behind that. We'll go with Copilot's recommendation. We'll just do what the AI says. So now this needs to be coffees. We'll save that. Man, we're basically, this is like, now we're just like in normal API world, right? Like now that we've kind of figured out how to deal with responses and requests, now we're just in regular old, good old API land. So we will do type I guess coffee response is what we want probably. And this is going to have a name, which is going to have a string, and it's basically going to be the same thing we have up here. Excuse me. Now we need to get it. So how do we get the... So if I define one here that's like mux.handleFunc, and this is a get, and this is for coffees. So how do I like tell it that there's an ID here? Anybody know how to do that? I don't think this is valid. I'm gonna bully myself now and try implementing IRC in C. Go for it, man. That doesn't sound like a fun way to spend your Tuesday morning, but to each his own, right? To each his own. Let's see. In Go for an API, how do I get a value from the path of a pattern defined for a handler? For example, something like this. Oops, I did it again. Get coffees ID. If you're on the Discord, I'm gonna put a GitHub link there. Nice, yeah, put it in there. Let's see, API names. Singular package / module names doesn't matter. For some time, I liked plural better until I get bored of seeing S's and ES's all over the place. Yeah. I mean, I think it makes sense for them to be plural from the public perspective, because you are representing a collection of things, right? We are it is resources. So define the pattern using this, and then retrieve the value using path value. Well, that was way easier than I thought it was going to be. So we'll do that. to this coffee definition. And we'll say ID equals rec.get path value. Like that. And then all we have to do is basically do this kind of a thing, right? But instead of a create coffee response, we just want a coffee response. And I guess we want it to have an ID, don't we? ID. Name. Which is going to be coffee.name. We don't have a coffee yet, but we will have it. It's because we're going to say collection dot get. We'll pass an ID. This will be a coffee. Now yeah, I don't know. Let's implement the get function, which is going to be very similar here. This probably needs to go in a separate module. Get ID, which should be an int. And we will do whatever is at that location. So we'll do collection dot coffees at that particular index. Now why doesn't that work? Because this is trying to return an int and we want to return that. Now we need to fix our get method, so instead of ID, we should say actually we should probably do this. We should probably do error, and then we should do stir convert dot atoi, which I don't know why that is the method name for converting a string. If error does not equal nil, then we'll return, and we'll just write a error response. We'll say http.error, and what will we say? We'll say the writer, we'll say unable to get ID, and we'll say add request, I guess. We'll blame the client. We'll blame the client. And that has a get name method. And I think that should work. Yeah? So now, if we go back to Postman, we should be able to send data in and get data out of our API. Look at us. We're just a regular old Go developer building APIs in Go. I mean, shit. We should start applying for jobs. This would be ID. We'll just do one for now. Okay, so we'll create one. That's ID 0. Now we'll send in ID 0. And there we go. Woohoo! We can now create a coffee and get a coffee. Look at us. Made the repo, put the link in, time to start implementing. It's stupid simple, but I have never done C networking, so this will be interesting. I don't know, C networking doesn't sound stupid simple to me. If your endpoint is actually returning collection, plural is fine too. Yeah, I guess it does simplify because you could do get and then just coffees, and now you have a list, a page, probably a page list. That makes sense. Sadat, hey, I'm working as a developer for 3 years in my jobs. Nice, congratulations. That's a great accomplishment. I mean, 3 years of any professional experience in any field is awesome. So congratulations, man. I'm able to accomplish everything, but I always feel like I have way less technical knowledge than everyone. How do I improve that? I think that the question there is, so the question I have for you there is, do you actually have less technical knowledge than everyone? Or are you just more honest about what you don't know and the other people are really good at just bullshitting, right? So, like, sometimes you think you're not as smart as other people just because those other people know all the right words to say in the right order, so they come off as smarter, right? So it's like, I don't know. Like, I'd be skeptical. Like, if you've been working as a developer for 3 years, you probably have pretty deep technical expertise. It could be that people really are more technical than you, but if I had to guess, it's probably more of an imposter syndrome than it really is truth. All right, everyone thinks API resources should be plural, which I like and I agree with. So we'll do plural. Imposter syndrome. Yeah, I mean that's how I mean I still feel that way today. I mean I'd have to go with what 199 says. I feel pretty much like I'm not very capable, but then every time I sit down to do something, I surprise myself because I actually am able to grok stuff and figure it out. In the corp world, everyone's bullshitting to climb the ladder. Yes. There's a lot of bullshitting in corporate America. Or I guess corporate any country. Arvin, that one singular vote is mine. Hilarious. Hey man, sometimes you gotta swim upstream, you know? 199, want to do some machine learning projects as my main focus in 2026. That sounds like a blast, dude. I'd love to follow along there. Yeah, that sounds like a ton of fun. All right, let's add one more. We're gonna add one more endpoint, and then I'm gonna call it a morning. So let's do func. We'll do this. Whoops. We definitely have some refactoring to do, don't we? Right now, still a new phase, but I'm ambitious. Yeah, that's the way to be, dude. But yeah, I'd love to follow along. Let's do get all. And we will just return all the coffees. And then we'll say for I and coffee, range over coffees. And we'll say coffee responses. Can I write multiple times to this? Yeah, I probably can, but I probably don't want to do that. So I want to do coffee responses is going to be a slice of coffee response. Then I'm going to say for each one of these, we're just going to do coffee responses dot append. And we will append a new coffee response, which is going to be, it's going to have this type of a format. Response, coffee response. And this will actually be I. And then we want to so how do I return just coffee like that? I think that's how I do it. Okay, and then we just need to implement the get all method, which is really simple for our collection. We could actually probably learn about generics a little bit too. We have a place here where we could probably apply generics, right? We could have just a generic collection type. We could do, let's see, func. There's probably a few like refactorings. There's also some tests we need to add. There's a lot here. This is a very simple API, but there's a lot we can take away from this. And there's a lot we can do to practice, which I like. Let's return that. So now we have an endpoint to add coffees, we have an endpoint to get a coffee by its ID, and we have an endpoint to get all the coffees, which this probably should be a paged endpoint. So to do support paging through this. All right, let's try it. Let's see, get coffee by ID. Let's rename this to get ID. And let's do another one, which is add request. It's going to be get coffee, get all coffees. There's also a lot of other data we probably want to associate with our coffee beyond just a name and ID. Let's see, base URL. This is going to be a get. Although this is not going to work yet because we haven't actually added it. So we need to say keep your head low. What? Hold on. What are you saying, Arvin? Do you remember I said a while back there are some employers who exclusively employ people who suffer from imposter syndrome because they cost a third and they don't talk back if they hear keep your head low, Junior? Oh yeah, I remember that, Arvin. Yeah, I remember you telling me that. Sounds like very shitty people to work for. Sadat, yeah, I am less technical. I'm trying to land a job in backend with .NET now. And every time I do a homework task, employers say that I did a great job, but when it comes to tech interview, I screw up. Huh. So what do you mean you screw up? So you're telling me you can do the work, but you don't know, for whatever reason you aren't saying the right words to these people, and that's why they ding you? Because that seems ass backwards to me. Like I don't know about you, chat, but doesn't that seem stupid? Like it's almost like going up to somebody who's a welder, handing them 2 pieces of metal and being like, hey, go weld these things together. And they do a wonderful job, beautiful weld. But then you sit down and ask them, well, tell me how a welder works. And because they can't perfectly articulate how the machine works, you're not going to hire them, or you're not going to appreciate their skill. That seems ass backwards to me. And that really sucks if you're going through it. I'm curious to know what kind of questions are they asking you that you're flubbing? Because maybe they're just kind of gotcha interview questions. Like maybe you're just interviewing with people who are just kind of not great people, and they're just trying to find ways to weed you out. I mean, I think that really does exist in the job market, you know, unfortunately. Talking to a friend going through leak code slop hellscape of screening. Yeah, that sucks, dude. It really sucks that the interview process is like that. Arvin, do you know what promissory notes are? I don't think I do. Does that have something to do like with lending people money? Promissory notes? According to Google, this is a legally binding document in which a borrower agrees to repay a specific sum of money to a lender with or without interest by a set date or demand. So it's basically like a loan. Yeah? Or like the legal contract of a loan? I mean, I know what a loan is, but I don't think I've ever talked about a loan in terms of a promissory note. A promissory note makes it seem very, very official. Very fancy. All right, let's create a couple coffees here. So let's do dark roast, medium roast, light roast. Okay, and this one we can actually do from the terminal because it's so easy. Renee Welding, promissory notes. Do I smell a new language brewing? maybe. Let's see, localhost. Let's see. Oh, not that. Let's see, Perl, HTTP, localhost 2000 coffees. Looky there. Oh boy. Do I have a method from JSON? Yes, I do. Curl from JSON. Yeah, there we go. So we've got dark roast, medium roast, light roast. Look at us. God, there's so much more we need to do to this API to make it functional, right? Like there's a lot here that we should probably have in this API. Like I'm thinking we obviously need more data in the API, and then we also need the ability to update a coffee. We probably need the ability to manage inventory. We probably need the ability to add reviews. If people buy coffee from us, they probably should be able to say if that coffee's good or not. We need a way to handle orders. I don't know if we'll end up implementing all this, but I'm having a lot of fun kind of exploring just how to do this with Go. Let's see. Promissory notes basically can be conditional. Non-conditional can be cashed out. A conditional one can be cashed out if the condition is true. In my country, it is ... I'm waiting with bated breath for you to finish your statement. All right, so we should do an update coffee, right? Because we don't have a way to update a coffee. So let's ideally, I think we just have a mux.handle func And this guy is going to have a post, no, put, I think, because we want to be able to replace it. So coffees like this. And then we'll do handlers dot update, or it should probably be replace, right? Replace copy. That's what it should be. Now this does introduce an interesting thing that we haven't dealt with yet. So let's see, func update coffee. They should have like a snippet for an HTTP handler. Do they have a snippet for that? Let's see. HTTP handle. Ah, they do. Nice. Update coffee. No, replace coffee is what we call it. And we will call our method for our collection. This is getting very messy. Very messy, very quickly. Guess we need something like this. But in this case, we're going to need a replace. And I think this is going to be our ID, which is an int. And then we'll have our coffee. And then in this case, when we replace it, we can return the ID, that's fine. But instead of doing an append, we're actually going to do a collection dot coffees at that particular ID, and then we're just going to assign the copy to it like this. In my country, it is commonality to provide a promissory note during employment contracting. If you write for the goodwill, then it's innately tied to goodwill definition in some external contract doc. If you accept a contract, if you fail, the PN is susceptible to be cashed out as a fine for your failure. Now you know what makes us BS in my country. Unconditional PMs are considered commonality. So, Arvin, I'm going to try to repeat this in words that I understand. Arvin, fuck that shit. Employees are finally waking up because we keep moaning, don't accept promissory note at all. So are you saying that in your country, if an employer hires you and you do a bad job, they can make you give the money back that they paid you during your employment? Is that what you're saying? That seems really screwed up. That seems like very exploitative employment practices. I think that's how I understood what you said, but I don't honestly know if I'm understanding. All right, I'm gonna do the same thing here. PN is not a loan, it is a one-way payment. But I don't. But you made it seem like the bad part about it was they could. Well, yeah, I don't know. I guess I don't understand. Yeah, I guess I don't understand the bad. I think. I mean, that sounds like employment here in the United States, right? Right? Like in the United States, we have what you call at-will employment, which means basically your employer can fire you at any reason for at any time for any reason, really. Uh, I mean, they don't get to recoup any of the money they paid you while you worked for them, but you're basically you're an at-will employee in most states here in the United States. So this is our replace call. So instead of collection add, we want replace, and we need to pass in the ID, which we get the same way we get it up here. So first we try to get the ID. If we can't get the ID, we have a problem. Otherwise, we're just basically creating a coffee and replacing whatever is existing for that ID. So pass that in there. And then we'll just respond with the ID we just replaced with the 200. Okay. I'm pretty sure Arvin's in Iran or Iran. I don't know. I can't remember how I'm supposed to say it. Arvin corrects me every time I say it wrong. I think it's Iran. No, Iran. I don't know. I don't know. I know, Arvin, you tell me how to say it every time, and I always forget, and that's shitty of me, and I apologize. All right, so let's create a coffee. So that's 0. So we created a light coffee, right? So if we do 0, send, that's a light coffee. Now let's update coffee. Whoops, no, let's add a new one. This is going to be a put. Case URL. This is a coffee's ID. It's 0, but we need a body. And our body is just going to change the name to dark. So we'll say dark roast coffee. That. Coffee. So right now, coffee 0 is light roast. And we should be able to say send. That should work. Now if we get it, it should be a dark roast coffee. Cool. And then last action, obviously, right? What's the last action we need to implement? A delete coffee, right? We need to be able to delete a coffee. So we'll say delete coffee's ID. This will be a delete. The body, we need none. All right, I'm gonna go get some coffee, and then we'll come back and finish this, and then we can deploy it, and then we'll have our first endpoints out there ready to be used by our fictitious coffee company. Let's see, we need to split pane up. And we'll do BRB. Whoops, I went one too far. That's what makes America. Sounds like you guys are overcomplicating it. You mean the promissory note? PN, this paper is from me to you with value in for the goodwill for contract with no. If date is set, it can be cashed within date. If it I don't know. I mean, the United States, you're an at-will employee, which I mean, it's pretty simple. It's like when you enter an employee agreement with your employer, you're basically like, I agree to work for you at X rate, and the only employer's obligation is basically to pay you for the hours you work according to that contract. But an employer, for the most part, in the United States, can terminate you at any point in time. Like my company could call me right now and be like, we no longer need your services, and that would be the end of it. Arvin, it can be cashed out if deferred PNs are cashed. Essentially, they ask you unconditional PN for like half of a house price, just so that the employer can have a leverage over you. Well, that's good that you guys are fighting back against it. I guess Arvin, I guess the difference between the employment thing that you're describing and what I have here in the United States is it seems like your employer is able to somehow get money back from you or somehow not pay. It seems like in your guys' employment arrangement, there's some way that the employer has some amount of financial leverage over you beyond just the fact that they can pay you a salary or pay you for your hourly work, which seems odd. It doesn't. That seems exploitative. Is that even a word? Exploitative. It seems like exploitation in a way. Renee, unless you're from Alabama and Tejas, then it's Iran with the vowel. Oh, you're saying it's Iran. Is that what you're saying? Well, let's just ask Google Translate. I don't know why. I mean, I'm an American, so that's why I can't pronounce things correctly. Anyone here from Texas? Not me. Iran.
Iran.
Oh, that sounds Japanese.
Iran.
Iran. Iran.
So in English, it's Iran. All right, I'm gonna get coffee. I need caffeine. I'll be right back. If you gotta go, I totally understand. Thank you for hanging out. Otherwise, I'll be right back. Arvin's crashing out over us not understanding the promissory note situation. Yeah, I would agree. If it takes 30 minutes to explain, it's probably too complicated. Hopefully it gets better for you, man. Maybe one day we'll maybe when artificial intelligence gets here, we have real generalized artificial intelligence, we'll none of us will have to work anymore. We'll just all get like some income that the AI generates and disperses amongst us all. Your words aren't going to stop me. I can't read. What? What are you talking about? Was that meant for me? I should be dead? All right, let's implement our delete method. Let's do delete coffee's ID handle. We want to delete a coffee. Or maybe remove would be a better word. Nah, delete's fine. Replace, delete, remove. I'm gonna do remove. Remove. So we have a function, and that function's basically gonna do what the get function does. Only it's gonna just remove shit. So we'll do a delete coffee method, or remove coffee method, sorry. We get the ID, unable to get ID. We also probably should update some of these errors with like more appropriate responses. So we don't need to write the data. We don't need to marshal anything. Let's see, we don't need to do that. Actually, what we do need to do is we do need to say collection dot remove, and then we need to say if there's an error, then we can say something like if, see, this will be parse ID error, and this will be remove error, and if remove error does not equal nil, then we need to return this and probably say unable to remove coffee. Otherwise, we'll do no contents. Like that. Now we need to implement a remove function. There was a meme from Arthur, the cartoon. That sign can't stop me because I can't read. I don't know why it popped in my head and had to share. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was like, I don't know what I said to you, but I thought you were talking, or I thought you were basically upset with something I said. Okay, we need to remove now. Remove. So how do we remove an item from a slice in Go? How do we do that? I don't know how to do that. I think we basically take it or I think it's basically we reassign the original list, but we take off the item that we don't want. So let's see. How would Copilot do it? How do I remove an item in a slice in Go based on the given index for that item? Still live? Yeah, man, I'm still live. Good to see you, Wilo Gamer Pro. It's Thanksgiving week, so I don't have work this week, so I can basically stream and hang out and build and do pretty much what I like. We do have family who's coming tomorrow, and they're staying through Saturday. So I'll probably won't stream very long the next few days. So I'll probably do my normal schedule, like 4 to 7 in the morning. But these first couple days of the break, I'm a free man. My kids are awake. I went upstairs. My kids are actually, they're up, and one of them's playing video games. I think one of them's still just laying around, waking up, having a slow morning. To remove an item from a slice and go based on this index, you typically use the built-in append function to concatenate the elements before the index with the elements after the index. God, that seems like a lot of work. Always ensure I is within the bounds of the slice to avoid a runtime panic. Oh, that's actually that's something we don't have checks for that, so we could actually break our shit really easily by passing in an ID that's beyond the bounds. This method involves shifting all elements after index I to the left, which can be inefficient for very large slices. If the slice contains pointers, the underlying array might still hold a reference to the removed object, preventing garbage collection. You may want to nil out the element before shrinking the slice if memory is a concern. Okay, so how would you do this in the most memory safe and performant way? Because it seems like this is how you would typically do it, but then Copilot's like, wait a minute, that's not very performant. I do. Oh shit, you know what? I do think I want to nil it out. Okay, this is where there's a problem with my... There's a problem here with my implementation. So I'm using a slice, right? And I'm using the IDs of the elements as... I'm using the index of the elements as IDs. But when I remove something from the collection, all the indexes shift, right? So this is not a good look. So I think we need to refactor this. We need to probably put a counter. Yeah, probably need to put a counter in our collection and use the counter to assign IDs and then use a map to store the things. That's what I'm thinking. Let's see. How do you remove... in Go, how do you delete entries from a map? Is there like an ambient, always accessible delete function? Like append? I think there is, if I remember right. I think there is like a delete function or something like that. Arvin, I reject the UWU YouTube channel. What is UWU? I can swear YouTube has gotten more buggy since AI has come out. You think they're using vibe coding over at the Googles? If the map itself is null, the function is safe to call. No return value. Safe on if the key you are trying to delete is in the map. Nothing happened. Okay, so this is what I want then. That also prevents me from having to check the bounds. All right, we have some refactoring to do here. So this is going to be a map. Yeah, this is going to be a map of int like this. We're going to have a counter. Yeah, we're going to have a counter. And then we're going to have the counter start at 0. And now we just need to update all these methods to deal with this. Or actually, let's have the counter start at 1. Yeah? Let's have the counter start at 1. The counter starts at 1. We are going to add Bye, Arvin. Have a good day, man. No, I think they sent all their good engineers over to the AI department. Okay, so you're telling me that all the issues with all the internet lately is because all the good engineers who used to upkeep and maintain all these services are now being pushed to go work on AI. So now all the existing software is getting handled by the non-10xers, and all the AI is getting handled by the 10xers. It's an interesting theory. Absolutely. I've never heard anyone say that, Renee. And that is hilarious because you hear everybody talk about AI, they're always like, "Oh, it's because everybody's vibe coding shit now." But no, in your world, it's because all the good engineers got retasked. That's funny. I still love the fact that we don't really know why AI acts the way it does. Well, I think that's still a huge mystery just in machine learning in general, right? We don't really understand how these models arrive at the rules that they use to make decisions. It's like a black box a little bit, or the final product is kind of like a black box, which is super fascinating. But it keeps researchers researching, right? So that's good. So we're gonna say ID is equal to collection dot counter, and then here we will do ID is equal to coffee, like this. And now we can safely increment the counter. Plus plus. And then we'll return the ID. Like that. And then we'll just get the ID here. And then when we get all, that's good. This signature is going to have to change. So this is actually going to be Jam and Ink. Thanks for subbing. Appreciate it. Jam and Ink. What a username. I think if we ever get to AGI, it's going to be the end. What do you mean the end? If we get to AGI, it's like the end of the world? It's the end of everyone's life? What do you mean? Brunel, no, we know exactly how it arrives at the answer. That's a load of horseshit that the media spewed. It's just mathematics is all. Well, yes, it is mathematics, but isn't there like emergent behavior in these models though that they can't explain purely from the math alone? Or is that really I've just really been lied to by the media? Yeah. Yeah, I guess my take was kind of what I should be dead, which is like we understand the math, we understand how we build it, but we don't necessarily or can't necessarily explain. Huh, Renee says lamestream media. Okay. Well, I've been led astray. Fake news, I guess. Fake news got me. I'm definitely not an AI or an ML expert, so I will take chat's word for it. All right, what do we need to do? How would I reduce a map? So how to get all values in a map in Go. Is there something like object.values? If you ask AI and take the weekend off, it can explain it exactly to you how it arrives at an answer. No. Are you what? Maps in Go are unordered. Every time you run the loop above, the values might appear in the slice in a different order. If you need them sorted, you'll have to sort the resulting slice explicitly after the loop. That's fine. You got to iterate over the map. Huh. Got to iterate over the map. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. It just kind of feels like there should be a way to do it, right? Seems like getting all the values from a map is something you do pretty often. So let's do coffees is going to be a slice of coffee. And this is going to be for Jeffrey. Thanks for subbing. I appreciate it. So for coffee in range of collection dot coffees dot append coffee, and then we'll return all the coffees. So right now this is just going to be unsorted. We might have to fix that in the future, which is fine. This is not this. This is actually going to be a map of ints. So we will say let's see, error. Well, I guess there's really no error to return here. I guess the caller might want to know if that thing wasn't there, like couldn't find it. So we probably do want to do something like let's see, value. No, let's just do discard is present, and then we can do collection dot coffees at ID, and then we can say if is present equals false. We can return error.new or errors.new. No coffee with that ID. Otherwise, we can just delete it, right? We can just say delete, pass in our collection.coffees, and our key, which is our ID. The delete built-in function deletes the element with the specified key. Then we can just return nil. So then what we can do down here in our remove coffee is we can say if there's a removal error, then we can say unable to remove coffee. Otherwise, we just return no content. All right, let's create a coffee. And then let's get that coffee by its ID, which is 1. We need to write some tests, don't we? Because now I'm manually testing the API, right? I'm manually running these tests. So this is where we should sit down and we should write a set of tests for all these endpoints. We should have done that at the beginning instead of just jumping straight into implementing all the endpoints. So we get the coffee, we can get all our coffees, which is good. Although, oh, yeah, that's not right. We can update it. So, hold on. Should be able to update it with. Auth headers. Get coffee. Should be a dark roast coffee now. Now, if I delete the coffee, send. Oh, we broke it. What did we do? We broke something. Let's see. Panic, serving, runtime, invalid memory address, or nil pointer dereference. That sounds very scary, doesn't it? You are either straight up trolling or a pure vibe coder. What? ChatGPT's #1 job is to remain in the news. If it doesn't, it's dead in the water. Just remember that. Let's see, should be dead. I wrote my thesis on object recognition and detection. That is simple math. But LLMs take in so much data, trained for so long, that nobody will ever be able to fully understand how it gets the answers. Interesting. Well, I'll take your word for it, chat. I do agree with OpenAI needing to be in the news. I mean, that's 100% that company is in a precarious predicament. Let's see, Jeffrey. In Go, you need to use the standard libraries to manipulate data structures. Import slices to use slice methods and not have to loop manually. Look up slices standard library dictionary. Okay. Let's see, slices standard library. Let's see, it has a pin sequence where you can perform a binary search. You can clone it. You can collect everything on an interval. So this is where like all the link method type, like for coming from a .NET world, this is like where all your link methods reside, is in the slices package. Well, that's good to know. I don't know if I know what they all do, but this is good to know. I've definitely used slices.equal before. That's one I've used in testing. We did that as part of Learn Go with tests. We also used it to sort recently, didn't we? If I remember right, I think we used it for sorting. Good call out. Renee, some of the chats you were reading I can't see. Well, I have my chat set to live chat. There's like 3 different options I can pick from in OBS. I can set it to live chat, top chat, or fan funding. So maybe it's... I don't know if you can change which chats show up on your side. Hold on one sec. I want to fix whatever I broke here. We've got a bunch of stuff we probably need to change. Jeffrey, yes. Other languages have them built in by default, attached to the type itself. Same goes for strings, maps, methods. You've got to import them. So maps has a built-in, huh? So you can do stuff with maps. Ooh, nice. Oh, there's the values one. Returns an iterator over values in the M. The iteration order is not specified and is not guaranteed to be the same. Oh, so I could do that here, right? So copies is a map. So I could say maps.values. Collection dot copies, like that, and then that means now remove unnecessary call to maps.values. So then why would I want to use maps.values? Huh. Sorry, I had my filter on. Yeah, I think YouTube lets you like pick and choose what types of chat you want to see. If you want to see everything, or if you just want to see what it considers to be like the top messages. How it figures out what the top chats are, I have no idea. Okay, chat. I think we're at the point where we need to stop. We need to stop just willy-nilly throwing things in here. I think we need to sit down and write some tests. So we're gonna, we're going to create a new package called persistence. And in this, we're gonna create some tests for this collection thing that we have going on. And actually, hold on. Actually, what we're going to do is we're going to use generics, I think, to make our collection thing more useful. But I don't know how to do that. So we're going to ask Copilot to help us. We need to write some tests. Yeah. Yes. Which isn't very exciting. I know for a lot of people writing tests is like the boring stuff, but gosh dang, does it make your life a lot easier. And the further you let it go, the further you get down the line without writing tests, the more you hate your life. Let's see. I have this specific collection struct in Go. I'm fairly new to the language, but I know Go has generics. I'd like to turn this into a generic collection type that I can use as basically a what do I say? That I can basically use as a in-memory store that is safe for concurrent use. Can you show me and explain how you would do that? This is my favorite way to use Copilot these days. It's like, educate me. I know what I think I want to do, but educate me on like how you would do it. It's like having a built-in like person who's already 5 steps ahead of you. I'll switch the sync.mutex to a sync.rw mutex. What the hell's that? Whoops, that's not a link. Sync RW. I'm guessing RW stands for write, read and write. Ew, Copilot has advertising now? Does it really? Where at? I didn't see it. Sync is a Go synchronization primitive that allows multiple concurrent readers or a single exclusive writer to access a shared resource. It is more efficient than a standard sync.mutex in read-heavy scenarios because it permits multiple readers to hold a lock simultaneously as long as no writer holds a lock. A writer, however, will have exclusive Oh, that's interesting. Okay. So multiple people can read from it, but if somebody's writing to it, then nobody can read from it. That's cool. And then how did he... So we have a store, t.any. So this is where this is basically how we turn it into a generic. We basically say this can take anything, any struct, and then we just use that to type our items collection. Here's our lock, and then we put our ID counter on there so that we can increment it. Oh, it gave us even implementation for git, update, and delete, get all. We copy the map to avoid data races if the caller modifies the result. What? Why do you have to copy the map to avoid data races if you are holding a lock? I guess I should ask Copilot. So in your get all method, you are copying the map to avoid data, to avoid race conditions, but aren't you holding a lock? So no one should be able to modify it? Let's see, it's very subtle but critical point about how concurrency and reference types work in Go. You are correct that inside the function, the map is safe because we hold the lock. The problem happens the moment the function returns. Here is the sequence of events if we did not copy the map. Caller calls getAll. The function locks the mutex. The function returns the map. Yes, unlock danger zone. The caller now has a variable pointing to the exact same map memory that the store struct uses. The store is unlocked. If a different thread calls store.add, it will lock and modify that map. Simultaneously, the first caller might be looping over their return map. Go back to the let me go back to the code and look at the code. I think I understand what they're saying, but I need to look at the code again. So instead of returning the items, so maybe I misunderstood this or didn't catch this when we were learning Go earlier this month. So let me go to Gemini. Let's see. So if I have if I return a map from a function in Go, am I returning a pointer to that map, or am I returning the same map or a new map? Now, it seems counterintuitive. Perhaps a gas bottle tap situation, or propane, as you guys would put it. What are you talking about, Renee? I'm lost. Under the hood, a Go map is a pointer to a runtime.hmap structure. When you return a map, Go copies the pointer. It does not copy the keys, values, or buckets. Oh, no, they talked about this, didn't they? Was it in Tour of Go when they talked about this, or was it in somebody in one of these things? It was either Tours Ago they talked about this, about maps, and how you have to be careful with them. I think it was in maps. Maybe it was learn Go with test. But yeah, I remember it talking about that, about not copying the keys or values. Yep. Returning maps is very fast and cheap. You can pass a map with 1 million items into a function, and Go only copies a tiny memory address, not the 1 million items. Side effects: because they share the same data, you must be careful. Since the map is shared, if you pass it to a Go routine or return it to be used by multiple Go routines, you must use a mutex or sync.map. Otherwise, your program will crash. What's sync.map? Is this like a thread safe or a concurrent? Sync.map. That might be what we're looking for then. What's sync.map? I thought that was an address. So what's the use case of Go over C#? I honestly don't know. Melty, I don't know. Our use case for Go was we want to use it for advent of code. Or my use case for Go was I didn't want to do advent of code in C# this year. I wanted to do it in a different language, and so we just picked Go. Like, so it's not very intellectual, but that's this. Let's see. Maps is like a Go. Where is it? Sync.map. There we go. Okay, map is like a Go map any, but is safe for concurrent use by multiple Go routines without additional locking or coordination. Loads, stores, deletes, run in a memorized constant time. So this, we're basically re-implementing this in our implementation, are we not? But I guess we don't have type safety, do we? It's not generic. It's just any. Gemini. Can you show me Melty? Dang. Yeah, I wish Renee said working at Google is the only use case. I honestly don't know. I've heard people say it's pretty good for anything that has a lot of concurrency because the language was designed around its concurrency model. I've heard people say that or claim that. But I honestly couldn't tell you like why use it over C#. I couldn't tell you. Tongue, thanks for subbing. Appreciate it. Can you show me if I use a sync.map in Go, can I make it type safe? The sync.map is designed to store keys and values as any. However, introduce generics, you can easily wrap sync.map in a generic struct to enforce type safety. Okay. So maybe this is what we want. In any event, I'm going to create a new package called store. Or maybe I want to call it in-memory store. No, I'm just going to call it store. And it's going to have a set of tests to go along with it. And this store is basically going to have the type that Copilot created for us over here. Excuse me. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to kind of hide it away. So I'm going to say package store. And this has to have a comment. It's going to say package store provides an in-memory store for data that is safe for concurrent use. And let's see, we need sync to be brought in, so we have our sync mutex, and we have our items, we have our ID counter. I actually think I'm just going to call this counter. I also think I'm going to turn this into a private, right? And then I'm going to have a type which I call store, which is an interface. and we'll expose all the methods off of this guy, not off of this guy. So this is going to have a add. We're still going to need some generics, aren't we? So t any, like that. And we'll say we want to add t. Item, I guess we'll call item. And then we're going to have some other methods. We'll have add. What were all the methods we had originally? We had add, replace, add, get all, replace, and remove. Add, get, ID, and then we'll have get all, and then we'll have replace, and we'll have remove, like that. Then what we'll do is we'll just have a function called store.new, or maybe store. Yes, maybe store.new. I'm slowly losing my focus. I don't know if you guys can tell, but my focus is waning. Hello, Harry Empire. Good to see you. Go uses less space to start a thread. Nice. Efficiency is the real answer. Yeah, I don't know enough about Go to even speak on it. I'm still the student, you know? I'm far from the expert. So, if we're looking at our implementation here, this creates and initializes a generic store. Do I want new, or do I want let's see, do I want new, or do I want, I kind of want like store.from, or maybe store.new is what makes the most sense. Now it's going to complain because cannot use value, does not implement store, is pointer to interface. Okay, so store doesn't implement it. Yes, it doesn't. So let's just comment this out really quick. Now everybody's happy. Now what we can do is theoretically we can come up to coffee, and we theoretically be able to do something like, instead of doing coffee collection like this, theoretically what we'd be able to do is we'd be able to say var collection, or I guess store is probably the better word, store equals store dot new, and we'd say it's a coffee.coffee store, like that. And then store is going to have some methods off of it, which right now doesn't have anything. Coffee store. Oh, whoops. It doesn't have anything at the moment. So then we need to actually implement some of those. Let's add, before we start getting into the implementation, let's add some tests, right? So we'll say import, or no, this should be package. Store test, maybe? Do you think that it makes sense to name things main.go, or should it be like store.go? I think it should be store.go. Somebody out there in the Go community is like, this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's doing. The guy who helped develop Unix was involved with the development with Go. Oh, wow, I didn't know that. It also does some other things better, but it was never meant to be a widely adopted language. That's why its learning curve is a bit steeper. Stephen has spent the entire start of winter coding in Go. He has the winter snow two-step. He has the winter snow two-step on Go coding. Well, I've only spent 25 days of learning how to code in Go, and it's been good. It's just I'm still early. It's still early days, you know? Let's see. So we have function. What do we want to test? Test new, right? And then this takes a T, which is a pointer to testing.t, if I remember right. It's been a minute since I wrote a test. So we should be able to say store is equal to store.new, and this, let's just set this as a store of strings. String store. Or maybe we do int. Let's do int store. And what should, I don't know what we should say about that. Should we just say int store is not nil, I guess, maybe? So if int store is nil, t dot error expected a non-nil value. I don't know, that seems like a stupid test, but it's something. Hey all, for bug-free code for life, like and subscribe. Yeah, bug-free code for life. Let's see, we're gonna go test internal. Whoops, I'm in the wrong place. CD into go grind. Go test internal store persistence store dot test dot go, maybe. There we go. Cool. Now let's implement those other methods. Yeah. So let's do. Also, how do we group the runs? Isn't it like test.run takes the name. It should return non-nil value. And then this takes a function as a callback that has a T like this. think that's how you group. I think that's how you group tests, right? You do something like this. And then if it did return nil, so if it did do something like this, return nil, then this should fail. Expected a non-nil value. Cool. Success! Oh, isn't it really 9 o'clock? Holy shit, guys. It's 9 o'clock. Okay, we can add one new... Let's add the add method, and then we'll... I need to get off. I need to go lift some weights or move my body or do something that doesn't involve sitting in a chair. So we have add, which takes a... Oh, no. This would be... We have a store, right? Of type T, which means then we can do add item T, and we are going to return an int. So let's return 0. Invalid receiver type, pointer or interface type. Oh, so I need a pointer. That's what it's saying. Is that what it's saying? Can I not define this on an interface? Sorry. Add passes lock by value. Contains sync.mutex. And we don't want to pass locks by value, right? That's too expensive because you got to copy it. Go passes lock by value. Let's see, Go is a pass by value language. That means when you pass any variable, including a sync.mutex or a struct containing one, to a function or method, a copy of that variable is made and passed to the function. This behavior has significant implementations. So instead, what we want to do is we want to pass a pointer to the counter. To correctly use mutexes for synchronization, you must always pass them by pointer when you intend for the function to operate on the same mutex instance. Yeah, that makes sense. So this is why this should be a pointer. This is going to return an int. Now this is going to complain. Cannot use store as store t value in return statement. Store t does not implement a store t. Method add has pointer receiver, which means this needs to be a pointer. I mean, right? Makes sense. I'm not sure how I say your username. Siokis? Siokis? Let's see what Google Translate says. Yo, what's up to you too, man? I hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by the stream. We're just writing some Go code this morning. We've had a lot of fun with it. We're basically, I'm newer to Go, so I normally work in TypeScript or .NET, C#. So I'm newer to the Go world. So we're kind of trying to figure out how you build things with Go at the moment.
Chokies.
Chokies? Is that how you say your username? Is that how you would say your username?
Chokies.
Chokies. That's my favorite part about without the S.
Choky.
Choky. Like the S is because choky is already taken. Oh, choky. Nice. Well, good to see you, friend. Glad to have you in the stream. Hope you're doing well. What we doing right now? Hey, 199. We're doing the same thing as we were doing earlier. We're implementing well, actually, I shouldn't say that. We're basically refactoring some of our code, and we're writing tests for some of that code so that we can make progress and not have to manually test everything, because manually testing stuff is a pain in the butt. Choky, you keep appearing on my feed for like 5 days, and I was curious. Well, thanks for coming over, man. Pretty much what we do here is I sit here at my desk in my basement, and I pretend that I know how to write code, and then I'll mostly just drink coffee and talk to you guys, and then occasionally I'll type on my keyboard and put some characters into this thing on the screen, and most of the time chat will then tell me what I've done wrong. That's 199. As a noob, what does testing do in the realm of coding? Testing is really helpful for giving you confidence that stuff does what you think it should do, and then it gives you some psychological safety that if you change things in a very significant way in your code base, that you haven't broken some thing that you weren't aware of, right? So like once you get to a certain complexity, once you get to a certain scale, a certain number of features, a certain amount of functionality and behavior, whenever you change something, you'd like to be able to just like know that everything is still working correctly. And so the only way to do that is you'd have to, if you didn't have tests, is you'd have to like manually go and make API calls or manually click on buttons on your website. And so by having some automated tests, you can get that feedback much quicker without having to go through all the rigmarole of manually firing up your application and running requests and stepping through things. David, I finally caught a live stream. You do it so early usually. Yes, David, I do it very early. Most of the time it's 4:15 to like 7, but it's the week of Thanksgiving here in the United States, and I'm off all week. So I've basically taken the liberty of just sitting here for as long as I'd like. Choky, I think everyone had the pretending stage. I get you. Yeah, I mean, I feel very confident. I feel very confident building things in C# and TypeScript, but when it comes to Go, I'm only like 25 days into the experience, so I'm still figuring things out as we go. And I'm much more of a person who's like, I'm not your pirate software or your Theo. I'm your guy who's just a 32-year-old dad who likes to write code, and the stuff that I'm trying to do with my channel is just share whatever it is I'm working on or what I'm learning, not necessarily trying to paint myself as like an expert or an authority. Just a dad who likes to solve problems with code. And if other people enjoy hanging out and talking about code, great. If not, no worries. Totally understand. How do you hide your environment keys? I want to live stream, but I use a lot of those and don't want to leak them. Yeah. So my my advice for that would be like the same advice they give you when you're growing up about safe sex. The only way to have safe sex is to not have sex. The only way to not leak environment keys on stream is to just not stream. My approach has been just I don't do anything on stream that's using live credentials to actual things, right? So like if I want to use some particular API that has API keys or has passwords or whatever, I create a test account, and I only use the test account when I'm doing stuff live. That way, if I do fuck something up and I leak something, um, I didn't leak something that's mission critical. Or the other option is to just be prepared at in any given moment to rotate the key if you leak it. Yeah, but that's my I have a couple just test accounts, like test Google accounts, test Stripe accounts, and I just use those. Environment condoms are the best, man. Yeah, that's yeah. There's really not a good solution to my knowledge. I mean, I'm guessing some really smart engineer out there could figure a way to like parse the stream input and try to analyze on the screen if there's anything that looks like a credential and then like mask it before it gets streamed somewhere else. That is beyond my knowledge. So my solution has been assume I'm gonna leak things and just don't use things that are mission critical. Don't put things on stream that are mission critical. There were extensions for VS Code to hide them, but they weren't really good. Yeah, and again, it's like, do you trust them, right? Do you have that much confidence where you're willing to trust them to put those things on your videos or on your live streams? I think the best mindset is assume you're going to leak them and just don't use anything that you really don't ever want to leak. All right, let's add a test. So func test add, and we should be able to say, whoops. I guess I could have just copied the whole thing, couldn't I? It should return 1 after initial add. So if we have an int store, and we do item ID, because we do int store dot add, and we just want to add, well, let's actually change it to a string store so that we don't confuse ourselves. So if we add hello, our item ID, if item ID does not equal 1, then we can say expected an ID of %d expected 1, and let's actually call this result expected, and then we'll say expected an ID but got an ID of something else, %d expected result that. Why is this complaining? So if we run this again, our test should fail because we're just returning 0. We're not actually doing anything. Let's see. Ooh, I can't set them as device env once and never have them on screen. No. Yeah, you could. But then if you ever do anything that prints them to your console or anything like that, you know, I mean, if you want to check to see if a particular key is being set, or, I mean, again, I still think it's like, you could, but I still think there's a risk that you're gonna leak them. In my opinion, I think my assumption is just if any risk is unacceptable, then you're probably better off just not using real secrets while you stream. Are you still building HTTP server for Go? Yeah, this is I'm working on building. Well, right now what I'm working on building is a REST API for like a pretend coffee shop. That's what I'm doing right now. Mainly so that I can figure out how you build REST APIs more than anything. Sahib, what Linux distro are you using? I am not using Linux. I'm using Windows. There's my start menu. Shab heat. Sleep, bro. I do. Yeah, I do. I slept 8 hours, 6 hours last night, so for sure I slept. Okay, expected an ID of 1, but got an ID of 0, so we need to implement this. So let's git add. So what's the implementation for this look like? Well, first and foremost, we need to get the lock, right? So we need to say s.lock and lock it. And then we need to say we need to defer s.lock unlock, right? Oh, so this thing has different types of locks. This has lock or rlock. Locks RW for reading. Locks RW for writing. If the lock is already locked for reading or writing, lock blocks. So I think I want lock. Yeah. This is basically what I'm trying to implement here. But I'm not going to copy and paste it. I want to actually try to figure out what the heck I'm doing here. So we will do, first thing we'll do is we'll say counter plus plus. Then we will say s.items at s.counter, right? Equals item. And then we'll return s.counter. Yeah, which is basically what I did there. So if we do or run our tests again now, we should get what we expect. And if we add another test, t.run, we should return incrementing IDs on successive adds. How do we want to do this? We should be able just to like run a loop real quick, right? So we could say like num of adds equals, let's do 3, and then we can say for range over num of adds, and then we can say num. Do this. We can init our store. And we can call this in a loop. So our expected would be num plus 1, because we have an offset here. And then every time we add hello, we should get whatever our expected is back for the result. Perfect. Cool. So we've implemented our add method on our store, which is good. All right, guys. I'm gassed. I want to go eat some breakfast and kiss my wife, hug my kids, and just be done streaming for the day. So I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. David, how do you feel about Go's error handling so far as opposed to exceptions? I think it's fine. I've used in C#, I've used the results pattern quite a bit. Man, I feel like I've been saying a lot today. Yeah, in C#, I've used the results pattern quite a bit in like the service layer of a lot of apps that I built, and that's been nice. I think I still sometimes like the appeal that exceptions have from a control flow perspective. This idea that I can kind of have one central place in an application where I sort of globally handle any error. I think that's really convenient. So I think I still prefer this fact that C# gives me the ability to have control flow either way. And Go sort of forces me into handling the result. Forces me into this result pattern where I have to always check if there's an error, do something. If there's not an error, do something. I mean, you can ignore the error, right? But like, that's not really terribly helpful. Yeah, I see the positives. I see the benefits. That's just kind of my personality. I'm not very hot or cold on most things. So I can see where having errors treated as values and first-class citizens is super helpful. And then there's other places where I think it's kind of pedantic and tiresome. Yeah, it is what it is. All right, guys, that's enough Go for me today. Let's see. If you're new here, the best place to find me or chat is in our Discord. That's where we like to hang out when we're not hanging out on stream. If you're new here and you'd like to come back and hang out some more, my schedule is typically I stream from 4:15 a.m. to like 7 a.m. Central Standard Time. I just put the schedule there. But there are times where sometimes I'll go later. Like if it's a weekend or like today I'm off work and it's a holiday week, I might stream later. But for the most part, it's usually super early in the morning Central Standard Time. So if you're awake and you're up and you want to hang out, you want to drink coffee and talk about code and watch me fumble my way through stuff, you're more than welcome. Or if you just want to stop in and say hi, I always appreciate that too. As far as the plan for the stream and the plan for the content, so the rest of this week will be more of what we did do today, just kind of figuring out how do you build applications in Go, right? So yesterday we built a small little links page. Today we started working on this REST API. Maybe before the end of the week we'll build some sort of small CLI tool. And then starting December 1st, we're going to do admin of code. So if you guys aren't familiar with admin of code is kind of like a Leak Code Christmas themed puzzle challenge that happens every December. So if you're interested in that, if you like doing kind of Leak Codey like problems, but also enjoy the holidays, check out admin of code. So that'll be what we start on December 1st. Yeah, so Go, admin of code, and then I don't know what we'll do at the end of December heading into 2026. I don't know what the plan is. There's a few larger projects that I'd like to work on that I haven't had a chance to work on so far in 2025. So maybe we'll put those on the stream docket. Maybe we'll learn some Rust. I don't know. But that's my channel. If you're new here, my channel in general is just whatever I'm learning, whatever I'm interested in at any given time. That's likely what you'll find here. If you fuck with that, great. If not, no worries. Life will go on. All right, and with that, guys, I'll wish you a happy Tuesday. And if it's already Wednesday for you, have a good Wednesday. Otherwise, I'll see you guys tomorrow morning, or maybe I'll see you in the comments of a video or a short. All right, y'all. You guys have a good day. Let's see. I Love Lamp, if you're here, see ya. Renee, if you're still here, bye. Bye, David. Bye, Chio. I forgot how did we say that? Chioski? Shobhit, if you're still here, see ya. Sahib, if you're still here, see ya. All right. Bye, chat. Bye. See you guys. Have a good day, y'all. Bye.